good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the channel. My name's Nicole, and this is Dusty Book Sniffers, and today we are here for a 8-hour reading sprint. So, today I will be doing a little bit, as the little thing down the bottom says, I will be reading and crafting today. I have a cross-stitch chart that I have to get sorted out for the magazine that comes out in a few weeks. So I'm going to continue stitching on that. I still have the quilt to unpick from Monday's disaster, and I've got a few other things too. I'm just doing a bit of a brain dump right now to get rid of some of what's cluttering up my head. So I'm doing a bit of a brain dump, get everything down on a piece of paper. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We'll see how we go. But my main objective today is to actually basically just get this chart sorted. So in the first sprint, I'll be loading the frame up, and then I will be progressively stitching on that most of the day. It's just one of those things when you produce a magazine. Sometimes you've got to do some charts to fill in the spaces and stuff like that. So a lot of fun. Just let me know if you can hear the audio okay. I had some issues yesterday with audio. So I've got a new camera, and it seems to be whirring in and out. So if it's got a problem with the mic, then I need to sort of send it back. So basically and the book that I'll be reading today, now I'm torn because Savannah came home last night for a few days and she brought Babel with her. So now I'm torn whether I pick up Silka's Journey by Heather Morris or whether I pick up Babel. I'll have to check to see. I'm pretty sure I've got Babel on audio. So if I've got Babel on audio, then I might consider reading that. But I also want to read Silka's Journey. So I'm really torn at the moment. It's just, it gets very frustrating. Like, you've got all these books to read and you just don't know which one to read. I don't know. I might have to flip a coin. I'll put it on a wheel, maybe spin the wheel, see what happens. No. All right, I'm just going to move the camera a bit, so I might get a little bit shaky. Sorry about that. Just so I actually might bring my mouse up here. It might be a bit easier than reaching over and all the time and straining my back. So that is the plan this morning, is just to do a brain dump. For those that don't know what a brain dump is, it's basically when you've got your brain going a million miles an hour and you just can't focus on anything. So you just start writing down everything that's going through your head. So right now I've got doing the chart, doing washing, doing the dishes, like all that clutter that gets in your brain. I find a really good way to get that out is to do an info dump, or a brain dump, as I like to call it. So I just write down lists. Whether I get to that list or not, it just gets it out of my head. And then I can focus on what I need to do, because I've just walked out here about half an hour ago, and like the floor needs to be swept, things need to be put away, because it's been a pretty hectic week here. Bills have got to be put in piles and stuff like that, because all the mail this week has just gone into a pile. I haven't opened half of them. So if I get all that down on paper and out of my head, I'll be able to concentrate on the actual task that I need to do today, which is getting this chart stitched out. Now, unfortunately, I can't show you any because I have some of my crafty peeps that come over here, and it's a secret squirrel project, so I can't show any of it. I might be able to do a little bit of a sneak peek, but we'll have to wait and see on that. All right, so I can see quite a number of people have joined us and are saying hello in the comments, so now it's my turn to say hello all back to you. Hello, Tina. Thank you very much for joining. I appreciate you being here. And what are you reading today? Don't forget to leave me what you're reading, or even what you're crafting on, or what you're trying to achieve today. If at any time the audio starts to go funny, just let me know in the comments. I will be keeping an eye on that on my phone, because as I said yesterday, I had some issues over on my craft channel. We also have Sarah Y here. Hello, Sarah. Thank you once again for joining. I really appreciate you being here. Now, we are going to be here for 8 hours today. So as you can see the clock behind me, it is just gone 9 o'clock here. So we will be here until 5 o'clock this afternoon. So that is good. We finished about 4 minutes early last time, but essentially, we will get as many sprints done in the 8 hours that we are going to be on today. So, yeah. Hello, Hannah G. Thank you very much for joining. I really appreciate you being here and coming to join the fun of sprints. Hello, Brittany. How are you? You'll be doing book club pages for... doing my book club pages for today for Song of Achilles. Awesome. Excellent. And I read that last year, I think. I actually enjoyed it. It wasn't too bad. Tina's saying that the audio is fine, same as Sarah Y. Thank you very much. And Alicia has joined us. Hello, hello, welcome. Good morning, good evening, wherever you're watching from. And the audio is fine. Excellent. That is good. Brittany says I should read Babel. It's hard when you've got to choose 2 books, but yes, the audio... You use the audio. Yes. Well, I'll have to today because I can't sit down and read. I actually have to get this stitched. And like you look at a chart and you think, oh yeah, that won't take you too long. It's always going to take double or triple of what you think it's going to take you. Luckily for me, I've just charted it in one color at the moment, and so I've got to pick some colors from behind me. I'm thinking that I'm not sure whether I'm going to use DMC or Cosmo, because there are some really nice colors in the Cosmo that I like. So yeah, I'm not too sure yet. I'll play that by ear. I've picked my fabric that I'm going to be stitching it on, which is Desert Sands. It was one of the, it's a 16 count Aida rather, and so yeah, so that's the color that it'll be on. So I've just got to do a floss toss, and that's what I'm going to do in the first one. I've got my frame ready to go. I've got to make sure that fabric is big enough. If not, I have to go back to the drawing board. So it's all fun and games when it comes to this sort of stuff. Sarah White is about to start All the Stars and Teeth by Adeline Grace. I've not heard that of that either, but that's not surprising really, is it? Because I haven't heard it. I don't think anybody could possibly hear of every book that gets mentioned. Sarah White has just finished Travis and loved it. Awesome. That is good that you loved it. It was a 4 or 5 star. Rolanda is here. Good morning, hun. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. What are you working on today? Are you in the sewing room or are you going to be cross-stitching today? I'm getting all your little bits and pieces together. I'm just putting it all into the project bag and I'll send that down with Savannah on Tuesday. Tina saying today has been a long day. Don't know how long I can stay, but I do want to do some crocheting. Excellent. I have been busily doing my my little daisy flowers. I was doing one granny stitch at granny square at a time, and then I thought I wasn't really happy with how they were looking because I'm teaching myself, so like some are pretty dodgy. So but just putting that out there. Some are not the best. So what I thought I'd do is I done I think 15 or 20 just the centers and then it ended off, and then now I'm adding the white to it and doing those, and I think I've got about 5 or 6 to go, and then I'll do the green part around the outside. So yeah, I'm getting a lot better, like my attention's a lot better and everything. So yeah, I'm happy with my progression on that. Alicia is currently reading Well Read, then Dead by Terry Farley Marin. A cozy. Awesome. Some names there to get my tongue around. We all know that I can't pronounce names. Shocking at it. Good morning, Pat. How are you today? Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. I love it when Pat pops in because she reminds us to hit that like button and also to hydrate at every sprint. So I love it. It's great that you're here again. Excuse me. The audio might go a bit funny because my voice might disappear. I got old lady voice this morning. Chrissy Stitches is here again this morning. Good morning, hun. How are you? Keeping warm, I'm home. It's a nice day here. Notice I've got a t-shirt on. I've got my thin cardi on. Yeah, it's a really nice day here. I think it's like about 15, 16 degrees. After the last couple of days, it's been like down at 0 in the morning and it's just been bitterly cold. I've just hated every minute of it. So yeah, but didn't have to have the heater on last night. and it's I don't have the heater on this morning. I've had it on for a little while just to take the chill off the air, but the sun is out, the birds are chirping, and it's a beautiful day here. So yeah, hopefully you've got a lovely day as well. I reckon get them both and read over today and the weekend. Yeah. I think I probably will end up doing that. I'll see how I go. I've got a lot of driving, but Savannah's going to be in the car. If I was by myself, I'd have 6 hours of reading, and I'd be able to read Silka's Journey on Saturday because I've got to go down to Brisbane. And this afternoon, after sprints, I've basically walk straight out the door and drive over to Toowoomba. I'm not driving. I'm just Neralee's going to old lady voice. Neralee's driving over to Toowoomba, and then I'm driving back. Savannah will be with me, so if I don't want to drive back, she can drive back. So yeah, she probably doesn't know that, but she does now because she's in that room. So at some stage today, she'll probably pop up out of that window just here. That window right there, and scare the hell out of me. It'll be just like old times. Usually when I'm talking, she'll just pop up out, and it scares me because that's her bedroom / library. Not that it's a library yet. We're still waiting on stuff. So yeah. Becky is here. Hello, Becky. Thank you very much for joining. I really appreciate you being here. Rolanda is saying the audio is perfect as normal at this point. I'm working on 2.5 inch squares together. Yeah. Something easy to start with. Yeah. Half our town is blacked out this morning. Oh, so it's going, I'm going to sit here and freeze. Oh, no, that's no good. Why is there a blackout? Like there's something, you had storms or something down there? Or you just got a brownout? Because half the we had a brownout here. So what a brownout is where the lights will still work, the power will still work, but anything that is heat drawing, like the fridges will be only at half, so you need to turn them off. But yeah, like it's really weird. We had a big festival here one day, and the whole town was like that. They just slowed all the power consumption to all the houses and focused on down at the festival. And yeah, it was really weird because I went to boil the jug. The jug would turn on, but it wouldn't boil. It was so weird. So yeah. Well, hopefully it comes on soon and you can hug the heater. Maybe go and sit out in the sun, find a really sunny spot out of the wind. Purple Rain Hearts is here. Hello, welcome to the channel and welcome to our 8-hour reading sprints today. And you're reading Peril in Paperback by Kate Carlise. I'm assuming that is a cozy mystery. Sounds like it by the title. Taking a good guess there. Rolanda says, I love that fabric. It's so pretty. This one here. It's, yeah, Desert Sands. It's my last piece of Desert Sands. It's out of my stash. It's fabric that I've dyed myself, so I'll just get it up a bit closer. I don't know how we're going to go, but it's got touches of yellow, and so you can see that yellow in it. It's sort of coming up on the camera, but it is a very pretty color. So I'm going to do a floss toss on that and see what we will get done. I'm thinking like some like dusty, I don't know, there's a maroon and some grays in there. I'm not too 100% sure whether I'm going to keep those colors that I chose last night. The rest of the alphabet and the water and everything, I've just, yeah, I'm thinking that I'm going to do maybe some dusty pinks and blues and stuff like that. I might even just put out a heap of threads and see how I go. I might send you a picture later. You can help me pick. So I'll be doing that. It'll either be the first sprint or the second sprint that I'll get that. I probably won't start stitching until the second sprint because I've still got to set up, get it in the frame, make sure I've got enough fabric. If not, go back to the drawing board and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. After sewing the squares together, I want to get some more done on the elephant cross stitch. So awesome. This is the place to be. Chris is here. Hello, Chris. How are you today? I really appreciate you being here again. Going to try to finish one of the 6 books that I have going. I spend more time deciding which one to read rather than actually doing reading. Yes. Okay. So you and me both are in the same boat today. All right. Let's row together, shall we? I have 2 books, or actually, I also have some classics to catch up on. So maybe both of us should put them in and draw out. And that's the one that we'll read. So I'll probably add mine to a decision wheel and spin that wheel and see which one I'm going to read. I'll do that I'll do that in the first sprint, because I really want to. I have not read anything this week. I DNF'd that political thriller. I just kicked it to the curb. I did that on Monday, I think, and I haven't picked anything up since. So yeah, you and I, my friend, are in the same boat. So I think that's the best thing that we can do today. And you've got 6, so you've got, I've got a lot to choose from as well. I've also got Wheel of Time that I'd like to read, but I have to read that when I'm working on my Woolfelt Rambles, and that has been put to the back burner today so I can get this other stuff done. Anne is also here. Good morning, hun. How are you today? She is having a bit of this and that sort of day and going to take it a bit easy. Believe it or not, today is going to be an easy day for me. Once I get all this stuff out of my head and onto the piece of paper, and like it's a little notebook, so it's not my actual to-do list. My to-do list has been scrapped because I only had one thing left to do on it. I did most of everything this week. This is just a little notepad that I have just to get that stuff out, and it makes such a huge difference to my productivity because I'm not thinking about a million other things. It's sort of like having, your computer browser open to like 500 pages and nothing's going right, nothing's working because it's all sluggish, and that's what my brain gets like sometimes. So doing that just gets it all out, and it's all the incidental stuff, all the stuff that I know that I actually can't do until Saturday, but because this week because when I come out here into the studio, this is my workspace. So I'm here working. I don't go back into the house. At lunchtime, I'll go and have a sit down and maybe watch a TV show, continue listening to my book, maybe do a bit of stitching and have my lunch break. But when I come out here, I'm not doing things for me. I'm doing things for everybody else. So Fridays I've sort of made that where I've got to catch up on things. So catch up on filming, catch up on editing and all that sort of stuff. But today I'm not doing that. I also have to put a notification up over in on my Patreon just to let them know that the behind the scenes will be going up on Sunday as opposed to today, because I'm not here today because I'm doing this. I've got to get the magazine stuff done, and then I've got to go to Toowoomba, and I won't be back until late tonight. And I can assure you, I do not want to edit when I get back late tonight, and it's a whole heap of stuff that I've got to splice together and take, dead air out and all that sort of stuff. So it takes a little while. So I figured I will do as much stitching as I can do today, and then I will do that on Sunday and get it up at Sunstage. So for those that hang out on my craft channel, there's no stitch with me today. There's no slow stitching tomorrow, and I'm going to say right now there's no floss tube on Monday either, and there may be no other videos except for what is scheduled for Patreon and what I've got for next week. So yeah, so I'm just need to focus on the magazine because I've had a couple people pull out, so I've got to make up those pages. So that's what I'm doing at the moment, and the lovely Rolanda is helping me out by stitching out something as well, and I've got some embroidery that I've got to do and all that sort of stuff, but that is easy. Embroidery doesn't take as long because a lot of it is just back stitch and stuff like that because there's red work, and where the cross stitch actually takes a little bit longer, and it's not a small chart that I've got. It's not huge, but it's not small either. And I've got until the 15th to get my piece. Well, I've actually got till the 10th of July to get my piece stitched, finished, photographed, and ready to go. So I'm on the pump. So what does that mean? That means videos start dropping off and all that sort of stuff because, yeah. All right, what else have we got going on? So even though today seems like it's going to be really hectic, it's actually going to be pretty casual day today. Chrissy is saying no storms, was raining overnight, but fine and sunny and cold this morning. Not sure what happened. Yeah, maybe someone took out a pole or something. We've had that happen. I'm pretty lucky where I'm at too in my house. I'm on the hospital grid, so the hospital grid very rarely goes down unless someone takes out a power pole. Like I can be here and like you look down in town and it's all black, and this section of Kingaroy is lit up like a Christmas tree in comparison. Fabric you dyed yourself, that's another level. Yes, you have so many crafting skills. Thank you very much. I have been crafting since I was 8 years old. I have done a lot of different things through my life. My actual hobby is cross stitch and I would say patchworking as well. But they're only my relatively new ones. Diamond painting is another one that I do a lot of as well. But I hand dye my own cross stitch fabric, and I also sell that. I sew. I do all sorts of things. I've always had to have my hands busy, and it got a little bit worse when I gave up cigarettes. I gave up cigarettes like in my early 30s. So that'll be 23 years ago now 22 years ago I gave them up, and since then crafting just got crazy. I've just always had to have something to do with my hands. If I don't have something to do with my hands, because I'm a very anxious person, I end up biting my nails really bad. And sometimes you'll see me, if I'm starting to feel nervous or anxious, I'll start biting my nails. It's just, yeah, I was always a bit of a nervous kid and whatnot. So, yeah. But yes, thank you very much. I do have a lot of crafting skills. What's the saying? Jack of all trades, master of none. Maybe that's what my crafting is. Jack of all crafts, master of none. I try. That's all that matters. And when I learn something too, I like to pass that information on. Hence why I have that crafting channel. But I don't realize, just going back to that, Tina, like I don't realize how much knowledge I actually do have until I talk to someone who starts asking me questions, and then I can relay that information to them. And then I step back and go, wow, I didn't realize how much I take in and how much I've learnt over the years, because it's just something that I do. It's my day-to-day life. And it's, as I said, it's not until you talk to someone like, and then you realize, wow, I actually know all this. Wow, that's amazing. Like, yeah, but you know, it's you just don't realize what you know until you get asked questions. Tina is also saying, in the same boat as Chris and I, not reading 6 books, but want to start 4 different books. Hey, I think that's going to be the thing of today. Everybody needs to get the decision wheel out, put what books they want to get reading today. We're going to be here for 8 hours, and spin up what you're going to read. Make it easy for yourself. Maybe do an audio instead of actually physically sitting there. As Tanya, you're saying you had a pretty long day today, so it'd probably be pretty good if you could get some audio in and whatnot. So, yeah. I think that's what you, Chris, and I need to do is spin that wheel and find out what we're going to be reading today. We also have Chrissy's Purple Library. Hello, and she's a new viewer, so welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for taking some time out and coming in, checking out what the channel is about. We are here for an 8-hour sprint today, so it's going to be a pretty long day for some that have already been through their day and they're into their evening. It has just gone 9 a.m. here in Australia, so hopefully you'll stick around and have some fun with us. I'm sure everybody will start to make you feel welcome in the comments as well. If you've got any questions at all, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm happy to answer any questions, even if it is about crafting as well, because as you can see, I'm sitting in my craft room. And yeah. All right, we have been talking for some time, and we have now just got to the end of the comments. If you should happen to have just joined and haven't left a comment yet, we are happy for you to leave that while we're sprinting. If you join while we're sprinting, make sure that you say hey, so we know that you've joined us. We're going to be doing 15 45-minute sprints today. So we'll have a 15-minute break between. It's the standard issue for this channel. And we're going to try and stick to the 15 minutes, but sometimes we go over. It just depends how chatty the comments and everything are and what we end up talking about. But yeah, we'll do a 45-minute. Hopefully you will like the screen that I've picked today. It's a little bit of an eerie looking forest that I've picked today. So let me just get this all set up and ready to go. Let me go over here and start doing all the things that I need to do. All right, we'll start that. We do have sound today. If at any time you would like the sound switch off, please do let me know, and I can do that. All right, I will see you all in 45 minutes, and you just have to comment. Happy reading, everybody. Enjoy. All right. Did everybody go with that sprint? Let me just turn that a bit so I'm not looking off into the distance. I got, as you would have seen, I was on the phone and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I managed to get my floss picked. So I have a little tub of floss now, and I'm just in the process of loading up my frame because I'm not doing a stitch with me today or Monday. I'm just going to, I pulled out a chart that I've been working on over on my craft channel, and yeah, because I needed the sidebars because it'll be a lot easier for me to stitch two-handed and quicker if I do it two-handed, and if I don't have to keep moving it out of the hoop as well. So I'm putting it into a scroll bar. And the fabric was big enough too, so I didn't have to go back to the drawing board for that, which was great. And I didn't read anything, but I have decided that I am going to read Silka's Journey, and yeah, and put some time into that. So, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with what I got done. All right, so let me just have a look where we're at. Okay, while we were sprinting, or just as we went to sprint, India Cords joined us. Hey, how you going? Thank you for joining. And Chrissy Purple Library says, awesome, thank you. I love your craft room. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I've been hanging out in here a lot because the computer's over here, and it's a little bit more bright, whereas over where I normally sit on the couch, it's a little bit darker, and I also get a cool breeze coming through there as well under the door, and it makes for a chilly day when you're in the middle of winter. So, but I'm glad that you love the scenery behind. It's a lot of fun hanging out in here, I must admit. India Accord says, happy there are sprints today. Awesome. Well, we're going to be here for about 8 hours. So we won't be finishing until 5 o'clock my time. I'm not entirely sure where you're at. So if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, we'll be going into the wee hours of the morning, I expect, or midnight or somewhere around that mark. But yes, I'll be here for 8 hours. So we've already done an hour. So we've got another 7 to go, which is great. What else do we have? I just better turn my volume up because I won't be able to hear the little alarm. Otherwise, I turned that down. So hopefully the audio is a little bit better. During that sprint, my moderators gave me a text and said that the audio had gone funny when I brought the screen up and shared it. So I'm just going to mute it and leave it as a quiet screen. Now, if you have life on the website, if you want that sound, I believe that is called, let me just bring it up. The name of this is called Mirning Woods, so MIRNING, and it's at the website is life@.io. And you can find it, and it's free, like you can use it and whatnot. So if you want that sound during the day, there is something hinky going on with my audio, so I'm not 100% sure, and I think it's just maybe this camera, my computer is just too not good enough for this camera. But anyway, hopefully that audio is the audio is fine now. So yeah, let me know in the comments if it's okay. If it's not, I'll swap over to my other camera, I think. Right as you brought up the timer, your audio started to get foggy. Yeah. I've sent you a PM. I did see all of those. I had messages coming in and all that sort of stuff. So I got to it as quick as I could. And good morning to Jenny. Hello. I'm going to fit some stitching in work breaks. Awesome. And that, for those that don't know, that's me just saying that I've muted it. I was logged in on my other channel. So yeah. Alrighty. So I made it to 46%. In No Good Tea Goes Unpunished. It sounds like a fun read. I love the title. And power is back on for Chrissy. Started listening to the 9th Life of a Diamond Miner. Grace Thames. Oh, okay. Of a Diamond Miner. Okay, cool. She was previous Australian of the Year. You're my go-to girl for Australian authors and whatnot. So yeah. You'll get me reading Australian authors before long. I watched a YouTube video and started crocheting a birthday present for my sister while editing. Oh, while eating pistachios. Words. Not only do I have old lady voice today, I also can't string a sentence together. All right, it's just one of those days. I have managed to get everything out of my head. There's a couple other little things that have been popping up, but I've scribbled it all down. And so it's just made my head a little bit clearer. It makes it a lot easier to make decisions and all that sort of stuff as well. So, it's taking me forever to start the crochet project, even though it's super basic. I find sometimes when you do, like, you can do the most simplest of tasks and it can just not register, or it just doesn't come together, and you just have to put it down, take a step away, go make a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, take a breath, and then come back to it. Sometimes it's just you've just got to do that. And Brittany made it to a 41% of Song of Achilles. Well done. That's awesome. Are you enjoying it? I liked it, but I liked Cersei better. I don't know why. Like, they were both equally good stories and they were well done, but I don't know. I resonated more with, I guess I was drawn more to Cersei than what I was to Song of Achilles. Both good books though. Hello, Courtney. Thank you for joining. It's nice to have you here. You're sitting in for the night and getting relaxed and all that before you head off to bed, I assume. What are you reading today? Are you reading anything? Alicia said read about 20 pages and caught up on my Goodreads. Oh, I haven't even done that. I do not know what's gone on in the last couple of weeks. Time has just been zipping away from me in the last couple of weeks. I do not know what that is about, because I'm not doing anything extra. I suppose I am concentrating on my diamond painting, but that's just in the mornings and at night. It's not during the day. And like, I just can't seem to get everything done in a day. I don't know what's going on. Like, it's driving me mental, because I even said that to my husband the other day. He goes, why do you sound so, I was talking to him on the phone yesterday afternoon. He goes, you sound really flustered. Is everything okay? I said, I do not know what's happened in the last couple of weeks, but I'm chasing my tail. And he goes, you never chase your tail. I said, I'm chasing my tail. And he's like, wow. Normally it's him running off the Richter scale. So yeah. But anyway, I'm getting stuff done. I just feel like I'm not getting stuff done. So maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just an illusion or a delusion, maybe. Hey Zara, how you going? Thanks for stopping by. You'll be still going when I get home from work. Yippee! Yay! That's cool. Drop in. So I'm going till 5 o'clock Queensland time, because Zara's in Western Australia. So yeah, I'll be going all day, and every Friday I am doing this from now on. It's basically my Fridays. Okay, so if you can't make it, like the Monday one is a new one because we're doing catch up for June. So if you can't make it to a Monday one, you know that at the end of the week we've got a Friday sprint, and we're here. So I'd be on when you start your day, and I'll be on when you finish your day. So yeah, that's awesome. So pop back in and say hi. Rolanda got the first lot of 42 2.5-inch squares finished. Awesome. Now, what are you making? You didn't say that before, or did I miss it? And Tina says, yep, the audio's fine. Yeah, so it must be just when I bring up that screen, like that, maybe my computer's just not able to cope, or the internet's maybe not coping, because I have had internet issues in the last couple of months, and anyone from my craft channel knows that I've had to cancel lives and all that sort of stuff and whatnot. And look what Savannah bought me. She went to Sydney for a holiday with her with a heap of her girlfriends from uni, and she brought me a little, what is it, Swarovski, a crystal, I can't even say it. But and she showed me how I can wear the 2 necklaces, because she also brought me this one a few years back. But she showed me how I can make the 2 necklaces so they are, I can adjust them. And so if I want to have them longer, I can, or I just pull this one and this one goes up a little bit. So cute. I love it. And it's a deep purple, so I'm really happy with it. She spoils me. She loves me. She's a good girl. So thank you for letting me know, Tina, that the audio is fine. And also for those that let me know that it went a bit hinky as well, because like it sounded fine to me at my end, but I don't know what you guys are hearing, so it really makes it a lot of help when people feedback and whatnot. Like the camera is brilliant. It's really clear and all that sort of stuff. We had issues yesterday, and I think it's because where the angle of the camera was, my voice is away from where the microphone is, because these ones are very much a direct microphone for all webcams. And so basically, not that I know anything about technology, but I do know that they're a direct, so you've sort of got to be looking at them to pick up the audio. So yesterday, while it was working, it sounded like I was going in and out a little bit. And I think that was because the audio was like the microphone was away from my my mouth. So yeah. And then after the live stream, Rolanda helped me out. I did a test live stream and trying to get the mics to work, because none of my external mics will work when I'm using Streamlabs for some reason, and even the headphone jack wouldn't work either. I've got one other microphone that is specifically for headphone jacks. It's not a USB or anything like that, so I'm hoping I've got to get some batteries for her on the weekend, and Rolanda's graciously said that she'll help me out again, and that hoping that that will actually work. The problem with that is it needs batteries to run. It doesn't run off the computer power, which is probably a good thing, because it's not draining the power quickly and whatnot. So Brittany is saying that she is loving it, and the writing style is so fantastic. It is like Miller just does a fantastic job with her writing. Both, even Circe. Have you read Circe? I love that book. I thought it was absolutely fabulous. And Song of Achilles, I ended up getting from a secondhand book sale here. I got it for like $1. My daughter also has them as well. So when it comes time to clearing out our bookshelves, when we sort the library out, some of the books that she already has that are double ups, we're going to make a pile. Some I'm going to send off to friends and stuff like that. And then we're going to go down to the book exchanges and get some books that we want. I will probably get classics to swap them out. And I can always go to her bookshelf and read her books, because we're both avid readers and we both have our separate bookshelves. Some of the books are doubled up, but if I know she has it on her bookshelf, I'll get it from the secondhand store. And sometimes with that too, I'll actually take it back to that little book fest that we have here in Kingaroy every year. I'll take it back. I didn't take any back last year because, or this year, sorry, from last year, because I hadn't really got through them. So I'll just wait. Where are we up to? It jumped again. The timer sound was fine when you weren't talking. It was your voice that went funny. Okay. So basically, when I brought up but see, when I listened to the audio on my end, when I wasn't doing anything, it did sound like it was going in and out a little bit. So it could be just the audio on that thing. But anyway, we won't worry about it. We'll just stick with we won't have sound today. So as I said, if you want sound, just go to lifeat.io is the website, and that's where all the timers and everything that I use you can get from. If you want some sounds, you can just play that in the background on your computer and whatnot. And you'll still hear my timer go off, so you'll know that we're back. So maybe it can only handle one audio at a time. Yeah, I think that's like I just don't know. Like, it's a new camera. My computer's a little bit old, so I might have to do an update on the drivers and stuff like that. Like, it's capable of running multiple things. The other thing I said to Brendan last night was, I think maybe, like, this camera is brilliant. Like, it's very clear. It doesn't put that blue filter on. I'm really happy with the overhead for the live streams on the Craft channel. But I said to him, maybe I need to just get a DSLR camera, because he goes, oh, you can just use my cameras. I said, your cameras aren't DSLR. I need a DSLR. And he goes, why do you need that? I said, because then I can use that as a webcam, and I don't have to worry. The audio is like, you can just don't have the microphone plugged in and the audio won't pick up. The webcam will pick it up. And he goes, oh, that makes sense. And then he says to me, the cheeky bugger, he goes, oh, I'll just let you sort all that out. So when I'm ready to do my live streams and do what you're doing and that, you'll have it all worked out. And I said, yeah, and you're going to get me to sit there and operate it all. And he goes, yeah, probably. You cheeky bugger. Days are shorter because we are in winter. Yes. What? I don't understand. I don't understand that. All right. No reading for Courtney today. She's doing her hair. Awesome. Stormy has dropped in. Yay! Hi, Stormy. Thanks for joining. I'm currently listening to Manhattan Murder by Donald Brain. It's the second book in the Murder She Wrote series. Awesome. Excellent. All right. I love a good little bit of Murder, She Wrote. Used to watch that show all the time. That and Perry Mason. I used to love coming home from work and sitting down because Murder, She Wrote was on at 3:30. No, it was 2:30. Murder, She Wrote was on because I used to finish at 2:00, and I only lived around the corner from where I worked. I come home. Murder, She Wrote was on at 2:30, and then Perry Mason was on at 3:30. It was great. Rolanda is trying and testing a pattern that I'm making up myself. It was a nice sunny day here. Now it's overcast and about to rain any minute. Yeah, the clouds are sort of rolling in here too. Good day for being in the craft room. So I so agree. Any day is a good day for the craft room, right? And Brittany says this is her first Madeline Miller. I'll be reading more. Yeah, I actually really like her books. I think if you like what is it, Song of Achilles, you'll definitely love Circe. Like I actually loved it because I read Song of Achilles first, and then I read Circe, and I love Circe better. Yeah. So yeah. Cheeky Brendan, do you do his videos as well? No, I don't, because I said to him, I do not have time to do your videos. There was once, and he's gone to get an editor before, and he's had a couple of people do editing for him, but he's very particular how he likes his videos, and he just feels that it's better that he does it himself because his day is very hectic and all the rest of it, and he's in and out of the truck. So there's like 50, might be from, a week, there might be 50 different bits and pieces that he's got to splice together, and he knows in the sequence that he wants to have it, and it is really hard to get that across to an editor. I mean, I'm sure there are people out there that would be able to do it without a problem, but he is so picky. I basically said to him, don't even think that I'm going to do it. Don't even look at me. I'm not doing it. I'm not putting my hand up for that. We'll fight. So yeah. And we don't fight. We have our moments, but we don't fight or anything like that. We're very as a couple, we're very cohesive. We don't tend to, we have our moments where we go quiet, and we'd much rather not say things that are just going to hurt each other, and we just walk away from each other, and then we'll come back and talk about it. So sometimes if I go quiet, he knows he's overstepped the mark, and then he'll think about what he said, and then he'll say sorry. And when we're in the car, if he says something, I just look out the window, put my book in, ignore him. Stormy says, I love the TV show Murder, She Wrote. The books are very different feel, but so far they haven't been bad, but only read book 1, and this one is book 2. Awesome. How many's in the series? I can't even read today. I'm so tired. I'm going to stitch. How many's in the series, hon? I do not know that. All right. Well, I'm going to bring the screen back up again, and everybody's saying that the audio is fine. So that's the 2 microphones that are playing up with it. So what I will do is I will just restart that timer again. We'll do 45 minutes, and when we come back, we'll have a bit of a chit chat. Go grab yourself a drink of water, grab your cuppa. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up as well. I really appreciate that. And if you're new here and yet to subscribe, make sure you hit that subscribe button as well. As I said, if you're new here, we're going to be here for quite some time. Alrighty. Oh, wow. There's 56 books. Oh, my goodness. All right. I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Well, hello, everybody. How did we all go with that one? Let me just get my screen back. There we go. How did we all go with that sprint? I managed to set myself up. As you can see, I've got my cross stitch, I've got my lights, I had to go and get everything because I've got the craft in all different places. And I've put the first letter in. So yeah. Yeah, so let me know how you went. I listened to 3 chapters of Silka's Journey. And at the speed that I'm reading it, I should have it finished today. So, yeah, that'll be good. And I forgot to make myself a cuppa, so I'm going to drink my cold coffee now. Oh, dear me. Yeah, so I just started, as I said, I just started the first letter. Unfortunately, I cannot show you this because it's actually for a magazine, and I've got to keep it a bit of a secret squirrel. But as soon as it's released, which is only in a couple of weeks, I'll be able to show you what it looks like. It's for our sampler edition of the Cross Stitch magazine. So, yeah, and I went and got myself a bit better of a chair because I've just got a stool here that I've been sitting on to do my diamond painting. So I just went and got myself a foldable chair to sit out here, and then that way at least I can lean back a little bit and rest my back as I'm stitching and whatnot. But this is not too bad a place to be stitching. I'm actually quite comfortable here. It's been a while since I've sat on these chairs too, because they used to be I had a big table out here before I put all the benches in and stuff. So yeah, and that's what I used to sit on. And yeah, so you'll see me look weirdly if you if you just happen to pop in, and I'm looking a bit weird because I'll have my magnifiers on and I won't be able to see anything except for what's right in front of me. It's just so my eyes don't get sore, that's all. All right, so let me see where we were up to. I think we had a couple people join us during that sprint as well. So if you have just joined, welcome. Today, on wherever you are this particular day, we have a 8-hour sprint that happens. We have another 6 hours to go because we've only this is our second sprint that we've just finished. So hopefully you'll get some reading in, or you'll get some stuff done around the place. And I've just put a load of washing on in that sprint as well. So I'm also ticking some of the things that I had off my list, but my main focus right now is actually this. And believe it or not, I'm actually working, so it is actually my job to do this. So yeah, let me just move this back a little bit so it's not wobbling all the time. I'll bring this up. I don't know. So yeah, so I'm pretty lucky that this is what I get to do for a job. So all right, let us see where we were up to in the comments. Okay, Stormy said that she loves Murder. I think we've read that, and there was 56 books in the series. Yeah. So, I think Savannah's just clicked on the TV, so I'll have to tell her to turn the TV off. Yeah, because it's just, I bet you my picture has just gone really blurry. And yeah, so anyway, it'll click in and out. So I do apologize for that. We just have really terrible internet right now. It's been dropping in and out. So yeah, so 56 books. You have a long way to go, my friend. A long way to go. I still haven't picked up the second book for Maisie Dobbs. I really want to get back to it. And I'm looking at reading book 3 in the Sweet Magnolia series as well. If I don't click with this next one, I think I'm not going to continue the series. It could have been that it was just a bit off, that one, and maybe it'll get its legs again. So I'm thinking that they're not very long books and they're on audio. So I figured, when I'm just pottering around or whatever, I might just read that third one and see how we go. If I don't gel with it, I'm sorry, Brittany, but I'll probably just not continue on with the series. And like we discussed, I think it's just we're in different places with our reading journey right now. And so I may come back to it a couple of years' time, but we'll see how we go. I'll listen to the third one and see how we go from there. So, yeah. But I'd like to get to the Maisie Dobbs one as well. Capricia Campbell is here. Hello, welcome to the channel. I don't think I've seen you here before, Capricia, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Hi there. I'm reading Kingdom of Hearts, a manga based on a game. Sounds very, very interesting. Not a fan of the manga, but manga. Okay, I got nothing. Hence one. Yeah. If I read more of it, I probably know how to pronounce that. Stormy says that she got into 88% into Manhattans and Murder. Sounds like a fun read. Quick read too, no doubt. And Hannah G made it to 62% of her book. Well done. Excellent. That is awesome. I love it when everybody's getting reading done, even if I'm not. Leandra has made it. Got my book, my decaf coffee, and ready to go. And hi to everybody. Welcome, Han. Thanks for joining. I really appreciate you being here. I'm doing some cross stitch today, and yeah, you might want to skip the decaf and go for the full coffee and just hang out with me all night. I have leaded, it doesn't matter what time. And leaded for me is full strength coffee. It doesn't matter what time of the day it is, I can sleep on that, even if I have a coffee just before I go to bed, I can still flunk out because I think I just do so much in the day that I've just worn myself out. But I hope that you enjoy your book and your time at reading and getting some relaxing time in. Chrissy listened to a couple more chapters of Grace Tame. Did I mention it was a memoir? I think you did. I think you said it was a Aussie memoir. No, I'm pretty sure you did. It could have been we had a conversation about it. Somewhere else, who knows? But I think you did earlier on. Rolanda says, Mother Nature is playing with me. 1 minute it's overcast, and next it rains, next the sun is out. So I've hung out washing on the air dryers just in case I need to rescue them and bring them inside. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm just we've got clouds here and it's been going the same light, dark, and it's quite overcast right now. So I'm thinking that we're going to get a little bit of rain, and I've just put a load of washing on. So I'm actually going to bring my air dryers under the shelter, and I'm just going to hang my clothes on those. So that way the stuff that I don't need, I'll just hang out, which doesn't faze me if it stays out there. But I know that's a thing for you. But yeah, the stuff that I need, I'll bring in. So... And I've been doing a little bit of an experiment lately. Like there's only a certain amount of clothes that I wear in my wardrobe. And then I find that I just wash them and then I wear those clothes again, which you've probably all noticed, like this T-shirt, this jacket and whatnot. So I'm thinking that in the next week or so, I'm just going to pull all of my stuff out of my wardrobe and just get rid of the stuff that I don't wear that's just taking up space. Do a little bit of a cull and get rid of it, and then really think about seriously what I want to have in my wardrobe. Like I like long skirts, and then I've got some short skirts there that I never wear. There's only one that I ever wear, so which I have two of. So I'll keep them. One is a housework one and I wear it in summer, and then one's for when I'm going out. So I think I'm just going to get rid of the rest that because it's just sitting there collecting dust. All right. After all the talk about books, I never got around to reading them. A phone call's mailman conspired against you. I have those days too, Chris. Don't you worry about that. Like, I have the best of intentions of listening to a book, sitting down doing some stitching while I'm listening to a book, and the phone will ring off the hook. I think I even had this conversation with Rolanda last night when I was talking to her about the cross stitches that I had to get sorted. I'm like, I'm putting my phone away now because between emails, messages, phone calls, and all the rest of it, I was not getting what I needed to get done. So I definitely feel your pain there. Maybe you need to get a big do not disturb sign and put it on the front. I got a little sewing done and made myself a cuppa of chamomile, honey, and vanilla. Very nice, very nice. Like a good chamomile tea, you'll be asleep before you know it. Oh dear me, that's how I sort of end my day. I'll have a chamomile tea most nights, not every night, but if I'm feeling a little bit anxious or whatever, I will have a cup of chamomile tea. And my other daughter, Nerelee, she has also picked up that habit too. Like she'll come in from work and she'll go, Mum, can you just make me chamomile tea and honey? And I just make it for her, and then she'll have that, and it just calms her down because she's quite none of my kids have got any labels. They don't have, they've never been diagnosed with anything like that. They're very intelligent. They can stay on task and all that. So there's never been any need to go and get them tested for anything. They've all been very functional. And I think that's because they've picked up a lot of traits from their dad. Their dad is ADHD. And so basically sometimes she gets herself worked up for work, so she's in that I've got to get all this stuff done because she's in the fast food industry, so it's hard for her to bring herself back down, and that chamomile tea brings her back down again, and it just levels her out, grounds her a little bit, and then she can unwind from the day. So I'm just teaching her some of the techniques that can help her to recharge before she gets there the next day, because she's only just about to turn 17 and she's working a full-time job in the fast food industry, and she's on fast track for manager and what they call them, crew trainer. That's so she'll end up training because she's so adaptable and all that sort of stuff, which I think I've talked about before. So let's move on from my children. And don't tempt me, Nicole. I just might. Hey, you can play hooky tomorrow. Don't go to work and just stay up all night and read. I think that's a good excuse not to go to work. But then you work in a library, don't you? Oh, see, now that's hard. I'd want to go to work. I suspect that librarians don't get to read too much because you're doing all the other things to keep the library open and stuff like that. It's the same as I do crafting, but all the crafting that I do a lot of the time is for other people or for videos. It's work. Like, it's not, I don't get often to do stuff for myself until this year when I decided, you know what, I'm sick of all my stuff sitting on the shelves and me not getting anything done. I'm just going to create a series called Crafting with DDs. And that's short for Divinely Design Studio. And and do my stuff on camera with people, and I do it as a live stream, and we all hang out and all the rest of it. Brittany came over and visited yesterday, so that was good. Rolanda's always usually there, and Chrissy pops in from time to time, and Anne's usually there as well, so we all have a great time. Rolanda's weather app is saying that's 4% chance of rain. I think your 4% has already been. That's probably it for the day. Shannon Sales, tonight's episode of Kath and Kim here in the US was Kath complaining about her internet and Telstra, which made me laugh considering your internet problems. Yes, and I'm with Telstra as well. So, you'd think in a country that supposedly is supposed to have all these good things, we'd get the internet right? Yeah, not so much. I'm actually cabled into my computer because StreamYards won't work on my Wi-Fi. And am I wrong in saying, wasn't it Australia that invented Wi-Fi? That's what I hear around town. And we've probably got the worst in the world for Wi-Fi. I mean, it's fast. It does what it needs to do and all that sort of stuff. It was a lot worse before we went onto the onto NBN, onto the optic fiber internet and whatnot. And I'm pretty lucky. I don't share my internet with a lot of people in my street. My pit is out the front, and there's only me and my next door neighbor on it. And he's almost 80, and he doesn't get on the internet very often. So it's just us that's on that pit. Whereas there's other pits up the road that have got 4 or 5 houses on them, but there's only 2 on ours. So we've got an old pit though, and that's why they didn't put too much on it. And basically, that's where the problem is. They've just replaced my point inside because I didn't have internet the other day, and they came out straight away. Because I'm a business, I actually have priority, and luckily for us, we've got someone that is in the area a lot of the time. So obviously fixing everybody's internet, but he was able to come out and quickly do that for me because they had been out a couple of weeks ago and checked the pit. So, but anyway, the internet sucks. But as I said, years ago, it used to take me, now I can upload a video. I can film a video now. I can edit it, export it, and have it up within 3 hours. That ages ago, it would take me 12 hours to get a video up when I first started my YouTube channel, and it's only been in probably the last 2 years. And if no one's home on the internet, I can get a video, an hour-long video up in an hour. Basically, it'll upload in an hour. So it has its good days and bad days. And at night, if I upload a video at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, it goes up pretty quick too. I need to clean out my closet. My aunt gives me things I never wear, and I need to get rid of them. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping on top of it, but I haven't done it for a number of years. And I just looked at my wardrobe the other day, and I'm like, I've been slowly pulling stuff out. I've got a basket right in front of my wardrobe, and I slowly pull it out and drop it in. And I was looking through it the other day, and I definitely haven't worn any of that stuff in the last 6 months. So that basket can go. And that's you want to do. Just get rid of some stuff and clear up some space and whatnot, and have more storage space for craft things, right? Or books. Maybe build some bookshelves in my wardrobe. If I get rid of all my clothes, I can fill it up with books. That'll be I think that's a really good plan. I can have a built-in wardrobe of built-in bookshelves. There we go. That'll be awesome. Rolanda says she has a bit of a sore throat today. Thought that the tea would help, as it was no honey and lemon. Yeah, it will help. My girls often drink chamomile tea with honey. Basically, it just it soothes your throat. Because here's a funny thing. Like, this is to do with botany. If you've got a sick plant, okay, it's called the doctor herb. If you've got a sick plant and you plant chamomile next to that plant will get better. Okay, so if the plant can do that to another plant, it can also heal you as well. So chamomile is a staple in this house, along with a lot of other herbal teas and all the rest of it. And my girls always tease me because I've always got some remedy or concoction for them to take when they're ill. Like, we sat down the other day, Savannah and I, on the phone, and I don't think she's ever had antibiotics in her life. I cannot remember her ever having antibiotics. Neroli has twice in her life because she was doing swimming lessons and she got a urinary tract infection, very close together. But other than that, no antibiotics. I haven't had antibiotics for a very long time either. And anyway, she rang me up the other day, and they've always given me a hard time about it. And she rang me up the other day and she's like, "Oh, Mum, what's that tea that you make when you get sick and a really sore throat and you lose your voice?" And I'm like, "Oh, I call it the vampire tea because, like, it'll keep the vampires away." And if you've got a pen, write it down because this works really well. And all it is, it's actually not chamomile tea. It's just warm water, and you put crushed garlic in it, crushed ginger, a teaspoon or a tablespoon of honey to make it palatable for you, depending on how much of a sweet tooth you've got, and you squeeze in a lemon. If you can get all organic stuff, even better. And then and it's got lumpy and chunky bits in it, but you mix it up and let it steep in with the warm water. Don't use boiling water. You just use, like, boil the jug, let it sit for 5 minutes, then put the water in so it's not at, like, scorching level, and then let it sit and steep for a little while, and you drink that tea. The next day you'll wake up, you'll be mint. Drink that the first 2 days of a cold, and you won't end up with a sore throat. Sometimes I still lose my voice, but I don't end up with a really sore throat or anything like that. But if you do that, you'll be all good. Anyway, she rings me up. I give that recipe to her. I'm like, don't forget to tell her that it's got chunky bits in it and it could kill a vampire at 10 paces with all the garlic in it. But her friend took it and she was like, "Thank you, that works so well." So now they're ringing me for all my concoctions. So yeah. All right, the little alarm has gone off. We're going to go for another 45-minute sprint. And so we can get some more reading and I can get some more stitching in. During the course of the day, we will have an hour sprint just so I can go and have some lunch and have a bit of a chit chat with Savannah and have lunch with her. But it'll be in the house. I'm not going anywhere. So just be aware of that. And I usually do that between 12 and 2 o'clock. So somewhere around there, we'll do an hour sprint to have dinner, lunch, take a break, have a nap, whatever you want to do. All right, let me just reset this again, and we'll get back to our sprinting. Here's my little thing. All right. Got to remember to hit start, Nicole. That works for a timer to work. All right. I will see you all in 45 minutes. All right. How did everybody go on that one? I almost have the first row of letters done. I'm pretty happy with my progress. And the colours that I picked are looking absolutely fabulous, and I can't wait to show you all. But it'll be a while. All right. So yeah, I think I've got one more letter on the first row, and I've just got about 50 rows to go. So not that many, but yeah, it's the alphabet that I'm doing is stitching up really quickly, which is really good too. So, and then there's little rows of different types of patterns and stuff because it's a sampler. So yeah, it's very, very cute indeed. I like it. Where were we up to in the comments? I think all right, Rolanda was saying that she had a sore throat, and then we started talking about, okay, that's where we're up to. Shannon says Australia definitely did invent the Wi-Fi. Yeah, and we have crappy Wi-Fi. Always the way, isn't it? So yeah, Savannah is inside painting. So I don't miss that because she doesn't live at home anymore, but she's come home for 5 days, and today she decided that she was going to paint. And she's in the lounge room and painting, and I'm like, great, I'll find paint all over the tiles or something. But anyway, it is what it is. Alrighty, so Courtney's saying that she's got some editing to do. That's awesome. Hopefully you got some done during that sprint. I think the last one you were doing your hair, so that takes a while, I'm assuming. I love your witchy brews. I'm going to have to try that vampire tea. Yeah, I should call it vampire tea because that's pretty much what it is. And like if you wanted to, you could add some fresh chamomile tea into it because that will help you just relax and stuff like that. But I use it all the time. Like I got really sick a couple of years ago, and like Brennan used to work away from home a lot, so he was never really around if I got sick or anything like that. And so he never and I'd just get up and make my own stuff. But this one time I got influenza A, and then he brought home, we had a spate of influenza A and B going around, and then he brought home from the camps that he worked at, that the mining camps and stuff like that, he brought home influenza B, and I'd only just got over A and then got B again, and it took me down like to the point he'd ask me if I was okay, and I'd burst into tears. And I don't cry. I don't cry a bit like for stupid stuff like that. But anyway, he's like, I don't know what to do. Anyway, I said, so I sat up, I wrote down the rest, told him what to go and get because I didn't have any of the ingredients here. And he went and got all the ingredients. I said, make sure they're organic because I prefer to have the organic. Because then I don't have to prep it. I said, then you need to do this, this, and this. And he made it. And he's walked in and he's holding the cup out like this. He's going, are you sure you want to drink this? I'm like, just give it to me. And then the next day I felt a lot better. And then I kept drinking it. Like I kept getting him to make it, and I kept drinking it. And every time he'd walk in, he's like, anyway, he said to me like 2 days later, he goes, I cannot believe that crap worked. Like, well, hey, whether it's a placebo or not, it works. For me, it works. So yeah, but it'll be forever known as vampire tea for now. Had Alicia saying had to give her give dog pills. Had to give dog pills major pain. She's too smart, can't even look at her because she knows something is up. Tried hiding in food. The best is pill poppers acting nonchalant. Read a little too. I just had a total image of how that was playing out in your house. That's so funny. Dogs are all on, they're always on top of it. I got my second lot of 42 squares sewn together. My sewing bug is saying keep going. My stitchy bug is saying no, it's not here yet. Dearie me. Yeah, whether I've got a stitchy bug or not, I have to stitch this. But yeah, it should go pretty quick. The next row down underneath the alphabet is pretty quick as well because they're just Smyrna stars. As I go down in the sampler, and it's 130 wide by 220 high. And then I've got a border to do, but I'm going to do all the inside, and then the border won't take me too long. Like looking at it and how quick that's gone, like that, I just did 4 letters. So it's taking me about 10 minutes to do each letter. So I should be okay. I've got until the 10th of July to get it completely finished. And then that gives me a couple of days to FFO it. And because I have all the stuff here, FFO means to fully finish the object. So, and because I have all the stuff, I'll have all the stuff here. It'll just be a couple of hours of doing that, take some photos, and then be done. Yeah, so it's just a point of sticking to it and getting as much as I've done. So these sprints are really, really going to help with all of that. So Leandra says she has 75 pages left in her own book. Awesome. That is excellent. You might end up smashing that out tonight. That'll be good if you got another one checked off the list. Getting closer to that 0. Influenza A, nasty. Had that January 2020. I was knocked out for weeks. Didn't want to go to hospital. They would have treated me like COVID, and I didn't want to catch that on top of that. Yeah, no, this was remember when we had that big spate of A and B going around, and up to that point, I'd never got the flu vaccine or anything like that. And then the next year, my doctor's like, you need to get the flu vac. And I'm like, really? Do I have to? But throughout the whole pandemic, I didn't get sick at all because I wasn't around people. And because I don't interact with a lot of people, I don't get sick. So anything that ever comes in the house, it's usually brought by someone else. And eventually COVID came into the house and I went down for a couple of weeks. Took me a while to get back, but I drank that tea that whole time. I was drinking that tea for that first week, and I was back on my feet within a week. And I felt that it didn't hit me that hard, but I just had a little bit of brain fog, and I mean, no amount of tea is going to help that. It's still not going to help at all. But yeah, that when I had influenza, and I think I got sick while he was away with influenza A, and he was away. I think he was away for about 3 weeks that time, and then and I was sort of just at the end of it when he come back home from being out there, and then he come home and he's looking at me and he goes, "I'm not sick," and because he doesn't do sick, and I'm like, dude, you're just talking and you're breaking a sweat. You're sick, and within 3 days of him being home, I was sick again, and it was just like, yeah, you're looking after me. I can't do this again. So yeah, but no, it's not very, very nice. Yeah, I hope I can smash it out. I've got my fingers crossed. Like today I'll sit out here and do it. That'll keep me focused, and I will have an hour's break for lunch so I can progress on, because I've got to drive tonight back from Toowoomba. But yeah, so hopefully I can get a lot done in the sprints today. And then when I get home tonight to wind down after driving and whatnot, I'll probably stitch a little bit more. Tomorrow it's going to be harder because I'm out all day. So when I get home, I'll sit there and stitch some more. And basically it'll just become my priority. It'll be the only thing that I will stitch. And like if you've been over on my craft channel, and I've even joked with Rolanda about this as well, like I don't finish anything. But for the magazine and stuff, like I start and finish. Like I didn't do this, but things like this, I start and finish and then FFO them and whatnot. So yeah, and Rolanda was saying, like, you said that you're the finisher of none. She goes, but you finish a lot. But if I was stitching as much as I was a couple of years ago, in like 2020, 2021, I'd be finishing things all the time. But this is going to be a start and finish, and I'll hopefully have it done within a week. And then I've got a couple of embroideries that I've got to start and finish. I've got one that's already started, although not much is on it, and Rolanda's helping me out with a piece as well. So I'll end up with a nice tidy little amount into the magazine. And if I get this cross stitch done within a week, I've got a couple of extra little ones that I could possibly do to put in as well. But we'll just see how we go. I might hold them over. And the reason that I'm at this point is because I had my chart that I was going to do, which I've already started. But the reason I'm at this point is because I had a couple of people drop out of the magazine. So now I have to make up the spots for that. So hence why I'm doing, well, I've got my embroidery and then I've got a couple of extra ones to do. And then, yeah, I've got this one and the one that, that Rolanda's going to stitch. So fingers crossed I get it all done. I think it's going to look good when it's done though. Like I spent all day yesterday designing and stuff like that. So I've got a couple in the bank as well, which will help in future. I've just got to stitch them out, get them out to pattern, out to model stitches and whatnot. But this one here, I done it in monochromatic when I charted it. So because I wasn't sure what colors I wanted to do. And so I knew that I was going to be stitching this one because I can't very well go, oh, stitch whatever color you want to a model stitcher. So basically I just thought, well, this one I'll stitch myself. The other one that I'm sending down to Rolanda is a monochromatic one as well. So and Rolanda's name is going to be all through this magazine. Because there's another one that Rolanda also done for another designer as well that's going into this one. So it's going to be, I'm pretty excited about it because it is the first sampler one. I'd like to work for next year. I'd like to work on some of the more primitive looking style of stitching because that's like I love stitching that sort of stuff. And also in embroidery as well. I'm going to look at doing a few of those. So hopefully next year's magazine will be a lot better. And a few designers that don't normally do samplers have really stepped above it and given it a go. So we've got a few things that are going, like we've got embroidery, there's some red work, there's some an embroidery, there is a couple of cross stitch ones going in as well as mine, and then there's also a black work one that's going in. So yeah, meaning of my name is fame. So I just want to see your things pop up. I should just pop it up on the screen. The meaning of Rolanda's name is fame. So maybe this is how I'll become famous. Maybe. You never know. You could end up becoming a model stitcher for a lot of people. Just know that, you know, like, don't expect to do anything of your own. I've got 55 projects there that I've got to do, and that's not an exaggeration. That's just in cross stitch. But I'm actually thinking about doing something a little bit different and possibly even taking a leaf out of Gail's book, except I won't be putting my heids on it because I've got that one haid that I've got to focus on, and actually just spinning up a project and working on it until it's done. Because I had a look at some of my projects. That a lot of them are like a third of the way through, some of them are half, some are even at 3/4. And I think if I just start pulling them out and putting them on the wheel, spin the wheel up and just work on that one until it's done. And even if I, you know, it takes me 6 months to do it, at least I'm getting it done because I'll be working on Red Dragon as well. So yeah, there's that. I don't know if I'm going to do it yet. I think I'll just, yeah, I'll see how I go. I'll go through, I probably won't start doing that until next year. But I will go through all my whips. There's some whips that I'm going to just set aside because I'm just not ready to stitch on them again. And there were a lot of ones that I started for Mia. And they're not going to date or anything. They're just Halloween ones and that because she was born on Halloween. And they're very cutesy Halloween ones. They remind me a lot of, oh, what's it called? Charlie Brown type sort of ones. They've got that sort of vibe to it. And so, but every time I pull them out, I start to really miss her and all that sort of stuff. And so I think I'm just going to set them aside. And when I'm ready to do them, I'll slowly pull them out and start doing them. They're not very big, so they won't take long to do. And whatnot. So yeah, that's sort of where I'm at with that sort of stuff. Let me just check what the time is on this. All right, the alarm is about to go off and we're at the end of the comments. So I see, I want to get it done. So what I'm going to do is set the timer again. And then once that alarm goes off, we'll just go straight to the 45. And yeah, and then I will see you all in 45 minutes. It should click over in just a moment. All right, so happy reading, everybody, and I will see you in 45. Yeah. Oh, hi, everybody. Savannah just picked that time to come out and start chatting to me when the alarm went off. So, yeah. Anyway, just to inform me that the world's going to crap. I'm like, okay. And where did she get this wonderful source of information? TikTok. Alrighty. So, how did everybody go with that one? Hopefully you went really well. I was informed that the last 2 times the alarm didn't go off, so I'm hoping it went off that time. Did it? Let me know. Yeah, so basically, as far as I know, it went off. I heard it, so I'm assuming it went off for you guys. Alrighty. Let me just see. All right, we have just gone 1:15. So I think the next sprint, what we'll do is we'll make that an hour one, and that way I can, because Savannah wants to get Subway for lunch, so I'll get her to order, and then that way I can eat that and have a break from stitching. But I got my second row done. Started on the second row of like there's a little like border row between the alphabet, so I got that little border row done, and yeah, I so want to show you. I so want to show you. Chrissy and Rolanda, look away now. You don't have to. So these are the colors that I'm using. Excuse all the threads and everything, but yeah, so I've done up to H, and then I've done the little, let me just get a bit closer, a little bit of Smyrna crosses, and then I'm starting the next alphabet. So this particular stitch is not cross, it's part of the cross stitch, but it's a part of needlework, and it's called box stitch. So basically I'm creating little boxes to create the letters. So you can see there, and then the Smyrna crosses, and then the next row alphabet, and then there'll be another break in the alphabet with another row, but different. And so basically, yeah. And those are the colors that I'm using. I don't know if you can see them very well, but yeah, they're the colors of the alphabet that I'm using, and the row breaks will have something different. But I think those colors go really well together, so I lined them up, and they work really well on that fabric. All right, you can all look now. But yeah, so, and it's good sitting here because I'm not getting distracted by the TV or anything like that. If I can get a lot done today, then I'll be definitely on track. I will definitely have it finished. So I've got that large alphabet, and then I've got some different types of stitching. So I've got some herringbone, and then I've got like little chains of hearts or flowers, and I've got a wave border on it and all that sort of stuff. And then I've got a couple of words, a little scene, and then a lowercase alphabet. Did I do a lowercase? No, I didn't do a lowercase alphabet. I ended up just doing a smaller alphabet, and I thought I'd call it at that because these samplers can get really out of control if you're not careful. So yeah. All right. So how did everybody else go? Alicia said good night because it's getting late. Always an awesome time. Thank you very much for popping in. I really appreciate you being here. And hopefully you got some good reading done and you have a wonderful night's sleep, and I will see you next time if you see it. Rolanda's saying, yep, the alarm went off that time. Yeah, I don't know what happened last time because it wasn't muted. So, and it wasn't, my volume wasn't turned down either. I heard it, but there has been some issues with different timers and stuff like that, things not going off. Sometimes it can just be a blip and whatnot. So, yeah. I walked inside, and Savannah was painting away and fighting the little kittens to get them off her lap where her paint was sitting. She goes, otherwise you'd have little paw prints everywhere because we've got 2 little kittens. Yeah, and that I don't bring them out here because I have other people's stuff here, and if they're allergic to them, but they might pay a visit a bit later. Yeah. So they're very cute. One of them, there's definitely a dominant one and a not so dominant one. My one is very, very quiet and just sits there and just watches the world go by. The other one, and its name is Beans. I did not name them. Neroli named them. And the other one is called Asparagus, and it's psycho. Runs through the house and sounds like a baby elephant. So yeah, Leandra got another 20 pages. We're getting close, but sleep is winning out. I'll stick around for the lovely chatting bit and then get it ready for bed. Awesome. Well, hopefully you'll have a lovely night's sleep and you'll finish that book off tomorrow. Because tomorrow is another day, as they say. Yay for second row. Yep, the second row is done. It is looking looking good. Rolanda says, okay, thanks for letting us know we can look again. I'm about to start the elephant stitch on this next sprint. Had enough for sewing today. Yeah, I felt a bit that way the other day. I've still got to unpick the quilt, which I may end up doing when I get home tonight. I'll see how I go. I'll do it first thing Sunday morning and all the rest of it. So where are we up to? Annie O'Brien has just joined us. Hello. How are you? Just got here and reading The Summer Girl by Jenny Blackhurst, a thriller. Sounds exciting. Very exciting. I should text Savannah to. Well, she probably doesn't have her phone. She's an anti-phone girl, so. But I'll bring them out for that in just a second. I'll go grab them. And you can have a little bit of a look at the little kittens. Yeah, I love their names too. I wanted to call mine Shadow because it just sits in the shadows and watches everything going by. But apparently its name is Beans. So, yeah, that's what we're going to go with. And we got little collars for them and all the rest of it as well. So, yeah, I've got a purple one and all that sort of stuff. And we've got bowls and all sorts of things. And, yeah, let's see if she answers her phone. Chrissy done no reading that time. Can you bring the kittens out, please? Thanks. Shock horror, she answered her phone. Chrissy, no reading that sprint, done phone calls and had lunch with the kiddos. Awesome. That's still productive, still getting stuff done. I'm pretty happy with how I'm going. I thought it was a little bit wider than I expected because, like, when you look at it, one of the cats just scratched her, I think. I just heard a little squeal. This is Beans. She's a little bit shy, but this is Beans. Can you say hello? No. And this is the crazy one. Beans thinks she's a parrot. She sits on my shoulder. and this is the troublemaker. This is Asparagus. What did you do? Can you get the cat off my back? And this is Asparagus. This one look at his little face. Looks like he's got a little beard. When you look down on him, the silver of his grey makes him look like he's got a little goatee. Do you want to grab it? So it's not going amongst all my stuff. Yeah. So yeah. So this is Beans and Asparagus. They're very cute. I have to get them out because I've got people's quilts in here. Awesome. Thank you. She's kitten wrangling. Make sure the door's shut, hon. Thank you. So yeah. So they are the kittens that we've got. Oh, geez, slam the door. She's a door slammer, that girl. But, yeah, they'll grow up being crazy and all the rest of it. We got him a cat tower as well. And I come out last night and he's Asparagus with his paws hanging onto the top, looking down at the other one, planning his descent onto it. So, yeah, he's a little bit of a menace. So I don't know how well he's going to go as he gets older, but yeah, I can see a few things getting knocked off my shelves. He seems to like to try and get up high too. But Beans likes to just sit very still and look out over the world. So she's definitely my cat because all of my cats that I ever get or have picked through my life have always been that sort of cat. They just sit there and they chillax and they'll sit beside you and they won't hustle the hell out of you. They won't walk across your work. Everybody else's cats that they've had throughout their life, because we had a lot of working cats and stuff like that. Psycho. Absolutely psycho. So, yeah, and we lost a couple of cats a couple of months back. And my cat, this is the first cat that I've had in a while, but I had to make the decision for my my cat Snowy. I had him for 12 years, and I had to make the decision because he was in a bad way. And so that was about 12 months ago now, and that's why I've just got that's why I've just got Beans. So Snowy was a quiet cat too, but he was fierce. That wouldn't let dogs or anything into the yard or anything like that. I swear he thought he was 10 foot tall. But he was really old and long in the tooth, and he was more of an outside cat than an inside cat. And the life expectancy of an outside cat is only 2 to 5 years, and he was 12, 13 years. So he did really well to last that long. And he used to get he'd get really anxious if he came inside. He'll come and sit into the kitchen, but that would be as far as he'd go, and then he'd start to get really anxious and want to go back out again. Because he originally he was a farm cat, so he was an outdoor cat when we lived out on the farm. And I know it sounds weird. People have working dogs. We had working cats as well, because it keeps the mice population down and whatnot, and the snakes and stuff away. So you buy these cats or you rescue these cats to use as working cats. They have a good life. Like, they get fed really well and all that sort of stuff, but they're also, in a way, they're a sacrificial cat. I know that sounds terrible. I haven't never lost a cat to a snake. Cats are awesome at wrangling snakes. We had a situation when we lived out on the farm and we were building the house. There was a snake that had come underneath the house, and my daughter was walking around, and I had my 2 working cats. Snowy wasn't around then. He came not long after this. And I had my 2 working cats there, and basically they were tagging that cat. Like, they'd come in and swat the snake, and the snake had moved that way, then the other one would come around the other side and whack it back the other way. And they basically kept doing that until it was off the property and away. And I knew Dama Jane was out there, and I just yelled out the window, "Do not move, just stop where you are." And she just stopped. She was holding a laundry basket because she had been over at the washing line just getting the towels off for me. She was about 9, I think, at that stage. And and basically she stopped and froze, and she's like, "Where is it?" And I'm like, "It's all right, the cats are taking care of it," because I seen them doing it as they just started to go underneath the house, and then they took it off into the bush, and away it went. Like, that snake was like angry, and these cats were on it. They didn't falter, and and the snake was sort of like striking at them. But it did not get anywhere near them. Like, they were so quick. They just come in and whack it with its claws, and it'd move off that way to get away from it. And then the other one would come in and whack it again. And it was all around like headshots that they were doing. It was quite fascinating to watch, but at the same time very nerve-wracking, because I had a child standing in a paddock, and those cats knew to keep that snake away from her. So yeah, it's and that's one of the pitfalls of living in the middle of nowhere. You're going to get all these critters coming in and out. I'd do anything for those adorable fur balls. Yeah. They're getting very, very spoiled at the moment. Like, I've been rigging up little dangly things and all that sort of stuff, so they've got stuff to play with and whatnot. And I want these cats to be used to being in the house, not getting really nervous, because the last couple of cats just don't like being in the house, but these 2, I want them to be inside cats. So, and my husband has finally relented. And we've got a cage, like a big, it's a chook pen, but it's on a tractor chook pen. So it's really big, and it's enough room for them to sit in there. So if we go out, or we're, not coming back till late or whatever, basically we can put them in that cage. They're going to be safe. They've got shelter, they've got water and all that sort of stuff in there, and we can go out when they're bigger, not when they're little. So yeah. My childhood cat, a calico, lived to 20 years old. My current apartment doesn't allow pets, but I do feed the strays sometimes because I can't help it. I'm the same. I feed, if my husband had it his way, he'd bring home every dog, the stray dog in the neighbourhood, and Neroli and I'd bring home every stray cat. We would definitely do that for sure. But yeah, and that's the hardest thing. Moved out of home, always had a pet, anything. So she asked the people that she's living with, can she get a cat? And they've got dogs, and they said no, because they don't want anything to happen to her cat. And so she said, I might ask him if I can get a dog. And I'm like, you know what? You probably shouldn't, because the simple fact is, you're at uni, you're going to end up getting a job. And then, cats are antisocial by nature. Dogs are social and they need that interaction. And if you're not home, is it going to get up to mischief? So, but I don't think she realizes that if she has to move from there, she's going to have to get rid of the dog, because a lot of places don't let you have pets, as Leandra is saying there. So they are, they are a lifetime commitment. And I'm trying to explain to her that she's as I say, she's a grown ass woman that can make her own adult decisions now. Just don't bring the dog here, because I'm not looking after it when you can't look after it anymore. So think about it. She said she's going to sit on it. So she's not making a rash decision, which is good. But I just don't think it's the right time in her life. Maybe in 3 or 4 years' time, when she's finished uni and she is teaching wherever she's teaching, she will end up, getting a house or something like that. Whereas at the moment she's boarding with people at someone else's property. They have animals, and it's not really fair on them to bring another animal in that's not theirs. But yeah, she will come to that eventually. But yeah, I'm with you. I feed them all as well. Shannon is saying, all the creatures in Australia fear me. I am frightened of the smallest of mice. Look, honestly, there are a lot of critters here, and in all the time that I lived out in the on the farm and all the rest of it, it was only 3 times did I see a snake. 2 times, the cats took care of it. The one that I was just talking about. Another time, there were 2 snakes in that one sighting, and a neighbour took care of those. And then there was one in my garden, and it was my own fault because I was in the garden at dusk, and that sometimes the snakes do move around at that time. And basically, you have a gun and whatnot when you're on a property, because you've got to, sometimes put animals down or whatever, the humane thing, and you live a long way away. The vets can't always get to you and stuff like that. I know that sounds gruesome, and a lot of people are going, oh my God, but that's just the reality when you live on a farm. If you have livestock, you have dead stock. So you have to be humane about it. This was the first time my husband actually realized how good a shot I was. I was in the garden, I spotted the snake, and I was watering the garden at the time. So I crimped the hose so there was no water coming out, and I was just watching this snake, and I just said to him, go and get me the gun. And he's what's wrong? I said, there's a snake here, and the kids are out and you're out, and I don't know which way it's going to go. It needs to be done. And so he went in. Some snakes here in Australia are protected. You're not supposed to kill them. But in this case, I didn't know what it was because it was dusk, and I had children out in the vicinity, and my husband and myself. So if it was a poisonous snake, I couldn't take that chance. So he ran inside, he grabbed the gun, and I was watching this, and the snake was watching me, and I was watching it, and then he threw the gun at me, and I pulled it up, and I just shot it straight ahead. And Brendan, the first thing Brendan says, did you get it? I'm like, yeah, I got it. There was nothing left of the head. And he goes, you sure you got it? I said, yeah, I'm pretty sure I got it. And then he looked at me and goes, remind me not to piss you off. I said, I told you I could shoot. So yeah. So he doesn't tick me off now. We don't have a gun anymore because we got rid of it when we were off the farm. There's no need for us to have a gun here. So yeah, so there's that. I'm a good shot. I had a boyfriend who told me it was my cat or him. That was the last day of our relationship. Rightly so. Yeah. I would see ya. Don't let the door hit you in the backside on the way out. Have a nice life. See you later. That if someone doesn't like your animals, they're not a great person. They're not for you. Dogs are too much work. I find cats much easier. Same. I used to have a dog. I haven't owned another dog since my dog passed away when I got it when I was about 17. It was just 17, 18, just after I moved out of home. And I lived in a country area, and I had a lot of like land and stuff around me and all that sort of stuff. And I had her for many, many years, and then she passed away, and I've never owned a dog since. And then I basically have cats, and I find them so much easier. Although she was a great dog, like I could get on my push bike and I could ride to my friend's place, and she would, because when I first got her, she was a little tiny puppy, and I rescued her from it was a cruelty rescue. The owners of the mother of the puppy that I ended up with were not feeding her properly, and she was feeding 10 puppies, and she was very underweight and all the rest of it, and they needed some people to look after these puppies. When I got my puppy, her name was Lightning, her ribs, you could basically push her ribs together and they would almost touch, and she was covered in vomit and all that sort of stuff from being car sick. And I nursed her back to health, and she would never, like, I didn't end up sending her back. I ended up keeping her. She was only supposed to be with me temporarily. And I was supposed to send her back, and I said, look, I'd rather keep her. And so they said, yeah. And I had her for years, and she was a fierce protector of me. Like, she used to sleep, when she was a puppy, she'd sleep on the pillow behind me, and no one, if I was asleep and my partner walked in, she would start growling. You'd just hear the growl of anybody coming near me. Could not even, and she wouldn't attack unless I said so. But she wouldn't let anybody that was a little bit dodgy, she wouldn't let near me or anything like that. And when she was a puppy, I had a basket on the front of my push bike, and I used to sit her in that with her dog leash so she couldn't fall out or anything, and I'd ride to my friend's place. Well, as she got bigger, it got harder to have her in there. So I started when she was really little, to ride with her beside the bike, and she'd run with me first on the lead, and then we'd get down to near the lake, and then I'd take her off the lead, and she'd run through the seaweed on the edge of the lake. And the muscles on this dog, and she would keep up with me. It wouldn't matter how fast I was going, and she'd be having a fat old time running through that water. And she was always with me. I'd go horse riding, she'd be running beside the horse and all that sort of stuff. She was just a really good dog. And I think it all came from the fact that I rescued her at a very young age, and I was the only one who ever fed her. She was only ever with me. She didn't go with anybody else or anything like that. But they are a lot of work for sure. Make me afraid. Yeah, that's right. Bye, boy. See you later. Chris is saying, could not do a farm life. I'm too emotional about animals. My cat died 3 years ago and I'm still grieving. Yeah. I grieve. I do grieve about my animals that pass away and stuff like that, especially if it's been in like tragic circumstances. But for growing up in a country area and growing up on a farm, you tend to become a little bit thick-skinned, and in some ways you can be very cold about it as well. Like, I've had friends that have had animals die and they get really upset, and I'm like, I don't understand it. Like, I get upset, but I don't get super upset. I don't know what that says about me, but I can only put it down to being around livestock and farm life and stuff like that, that you lose animals. And while it is upsetting, it is also part of life, like, it's not much you can do about it. And sometimes, you can lose an animal in the middle of doing a job and stuff like that, and you've still got that job to do. You've still got all those other animals that you've got to get to safety, or you've got to make sure that they're fed and all that sort of stuff. So sometimes the circumstance in when that happens, you don't have the opportunity to stop and think about it until later on. So yeah, and like we're as I said, when we're on the farm, we have working cats and we have working dogs and stuff like that. When I was younger, I had working dogs. When I got older, I didn't have dogs because I didn't have the big livestock to worry about or anything like that. But we had some dogs on the property that weren't necessarily working dogs. They were just pets. And we've had pig pets, and, we've had lots of different pets. We've had chickens and all that sort of stuff as well. We have young bunnies that sleep in the shade in our yard. They look vulnerable. I'm afraid something will get them. Yeah, bunny rabbits, yeah. They're a little bit problematic here. They're a bit of a pest here, and along with kangaroos as well, are a bit of a pest at times. Yeah, but they do, like, the little baby bunnies look really vulnerable. Like, you're like, oh, they're so cute, but they bite, and they bite hard. So yeah, and a lot, bunnies do get taken by foxes and stuff like that, but for the most part, they're pretty quick. Like, they get away. That more often than not, they get away. So, yeah. Right. So, that was an interesting topic of conversation. Let me just see where the timer is at. Oh, we've gone well over our 15 minutes allotment. All right. So what I'm going to do this time is we're going to have an hour's break. So we'll be back for, we'll read for an hour and then we'll be back and then we'll go back to 45 minutes. I'm just going to have lunch, and Savannah wants to go to Subway, which means that I've got to go down the road to get that. So I'm going to send her down to get it, and I'll do a little bit of housework and whatnot. So I'm not going to do any stitching in this hour. Most likely not. I might get maybe 10 or 15 minutes in, but when we come back, I'll do some more stitching on that. All right. So let me just, I think she just dropped something because it just scared the bejesus out of me. I'd say it would be her easel that just dropped, because it's a tripod easel that she's got that collapses on itself. All right, that has started. I will see you all in an hour. Happy reading or having dinner or midnight snack wherever you are, and I'll see you all soon. Bye. Okay. How did everybody go with that sprint? I know that a few of you went off to bed. I had lunch, had Subway for lunch, which was nice. And I bought a footlong, so I don't have to worry about cooking dinner later. So I had that for lunch, and then when we get back from Toowoomba, we've got a 6-inch sub there, and that worked out really well, actually. So I don't have to worry about that. And then I noticed that I had made a mistake in my chart, so I had to pick out 2 letters. I've put one back in, and I'm about to put the other one back in. So, but that's okay. I caught it before I went on because my K wasn't lining up properly, and I'm like, what have I done? And then I looked at it and realized the very first letter in the row I'd made a mistake. So, yeah. And now I'm drinking more coffee and thinking about some stuff I've got to do inside. And so I'm just going to, not think about that stuff. Savannah is a bit later going to take my clothes up because the weather, it's just not, there's no sun out long enough to dry my clothes. So she's going to take my clothes up. I've got a big thumbprint on my glasses and I can't get it off. Take my clothes up to get dried a bit later, and she'll pick up Nera so I can keep doing as much as I can. It's actually good having her here. And for my Patreons on the craft channel, you are in for a bit of a treat this week when I put up the behind the scenes, because I'm actually going to put it up later. I'm going to put up a post for that it's just going to be delayed until Sunday afternoon because Savannah and I are going shopping at Spotlight, and she's done some stuff here, crafting and stuff like that. So you'll get to see that as well. And I just wanted to incorporate that in because next week there probably isn't going to be a behind the scenes. So I figured I'll just delay it a little bit and and then basically put it up and that's going to sometimes happen, especially in winter because I don't go out very much and I don't go and do stuff. But and there's not a lot of extra curriculum activities happening in the area either. So I'm thinking that next month I'll probably just put it as a fortnightly video, and then once everything starts back up again, because Bacon Fest here is usually what triggers everything to start up again. So there'll be classes and all that sort of stuff that I'll probably be able to go and look at. There'll be a lot more exhibitions and stuff like that because we do go, even though like the weather's not bitterly cold here, things do go a little bit quieter. So I'm hoping that I'll have a bit more behind the scenes stuff and whatnot. So yeah. But I do have some of Savannah's stuff, and I know that some of the ladies over there will be very interested because you've seen some of her stuff before. And, so I think you'll enjoy seeing it. She's going to do a little bit of talk about what she did and stuff and all that sort of stuff as well. All right. So let me know in the comments how you went, if you got any pages done or anything like that. All right. Jenny, no, that wasn't where I was up to. Sorry, Jenny, I'll have to get to yours in a minute. Really liking my book. I'm at 40% already, and you only started it tonight. That's awesome. Well done. You'll be halfway through before long, or finished even. That's awesome. Jenny has just stopped work for the day, and now she's stitching before she goes for a walk. Nice early day for you today, ma'am. That's pretty good. I've been just plodding along away, trying to get this chart stitched and all that sort of stuff, so it's good. What else have we got going on here? Rally reviews. The room is looking good, so organized and colorful. Yeah, it is. It's all coming together really nicely. I found more wool the other day. But yeah, we're about to organize another little room. Nerali's turning it into like a plant room, and so there's another one of these cubes that I should be able to sit on top. So yeah, then I'll put the shelving up. So I've held off getting the shelving for above that. So yeah, it's all coming together. I'm really liking this. I just have to put a splashback behind that because the sun comes in there in the morning, and I live in Queensland and the sun wrecks everything. So Brendan was supposed to bring home a sample. I've got to the point now where I'm sick of waiting, so I'm just going to go and buy it because it's what I want anyway. And I'm just going to put it up. So, and we haven't started on the library yet either because I'm waiting for scaffolding. I've got 12-foot ceilings, and yeah, it's a thing. It's a whole process to do the walls in that room. Marty is heading off to a bed. But she has an early wake-up call in the morning, going to Sampler Guild in the morning. Awesome. That sounds like a lot of fun. Excellent, excellent. I didn't even realize you were here, Marty, and I would have said good morning to you when you were here earlier. So, or good evening in your case. Gigra joined during that last sprint. So, hello and welcome. Thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate everybody popping in and saying hi and getting some reading done. We've got a couple more hours to go. We've probably got about, we're finishing up at 5 my time. So that's about 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. And we're going back. We just did an hour sprint, and now we're going back to the 15:45. Basically, because we just had a lunch break and that here as well, and we've got a drive, so we've had a bit of a later lunch today, so we don't have to stop for dinner or anything like that. So, although it'll probably depend on Nerali, she may want to go for a dinner or something before she goes where she's going for the weekend. So yeah, let me just see. All right. I think we've got about another 5 minutes before we go back to a sprinting, 5 to 10 minutes. All right. So what are you reading today, Gigra? Are you reading or are you doing something else? Are you trying to get some stuff done? Just had to reset the timer while I remembered. Rolanda is busily stitching away. That's awesome. And Annie is heading off to bed because it is pretty late where she is. It is getting awfully late for our Northern Hemisphere friends, and I totally understand that. You've got to sleep. I mean, sleep is overrated after all, but you've still got to get some sleep in, hey? Especially for you guys, you've still got Friday ahead of you. I'm lucky I'm heading into the weekend, and I'm super excited because tomorrow I get to finally meet Liz in person, and she's from the UK and has been a wonderful online friend for many, many years. I think 2014, 13, I want to say, around that time, we met through the Crafty Gemini Quilt Club, the very first one, and we've been friends ever since online. That's where we first met, and yeah, she lives in the UK, and she's been the most wonderful supporter, encourager. She follows here, she follows on the craft, and she's part of my Patreon, and she's just a wonderful human being. And yeah, she's won competitions and all sorts of stuff that I've had over on the craft channel, and she's finally in the country after a couple of years trying to get here to see her family. And yeah, so we're going to meet up, which is super exciting. And she sent me a message earlier. She goes, I should probably give you my Australian phone number. So if you need to contact me, if you're running late, you can contact me. So we're going to meet up at South Bank tomorrow and sit down, probably have some lunch and a cuppa and just chinwag and all the rest of it. And yeah, and hopefully we'll be able to, you know, hang out for a little while before we have to head back home again, because I've got to head up to Toowoomba then, 2-hour drive up the mountain, then 2-hour drive back this way. So yeah, so I'm hoping to spend a good couple of hours with her. I would have loved to have spent more time, but she has been super busy with her family. But it's just nice to be able to be in the same vicinity as one another and not have that time difference and all that sort of stuff. But it was funny when she sent me that message. Oh, I should probably give you my Australian phone number. I'm like, yeah, that probably would help, because we're meeting in a public place. And like, even though we've got online pictures of each other and stuff like that, it's still hard to pick someone out of a crowd when you've never met them before. You'd recognize them, but then, you know, maybe not. So yeah, so I'm really looking forward to meeting her, and hopefully her husband will be coming along with her so I can meet him as well, and maybe her grandbabies as well. So I have no idea how many of the family are turning up, but if they all turn up, that's even better. Savannah's actually coming with me because she's heard me mention her on numerous occasions and stuff like that as well, so she's going to come and have lunch and yeah, probably get all nervous and start spewing out facts about serial killers. Her little tick, she's got a tick when she's nervous or anything like that. She just starts blurting out facts about serial killers. And I'll look at her and go, stop trying to freak out the villagers, okay? It's not going well. Just stop it. Okay, so I am reading let me go down and find your, okay, yep, okay. You're reading The Battle Drum by Sarah El-Fari. Book 2 in the Ending Fire trilogies. Book 1 was The Final Strife. I'm loving it, and about halfway through. That is awesome. love it when you get a good series and you just fall into that little world and you just stay in there, and it's just absolutely fabulous. Chris, I read some Australian poetry and a few pages of my book on history of mixtape. Interesting. Is that like a true history of the mixtape or just the name of the book? Interesting nonetheless. Anyway, that'll be lovely. I see her name pop up regularly. Yeah, just about. And I would go as far as to say every video she may miss one or two, and considering that I post every day on the craft channel, although next week I won't be, every day on the craft channel, and then also over here a couple of times a week, that's a lot of viewing of me. On that, and like she's always got something lovely to say. And there's actually a really funny story, and it's a book story, not a craft story. I read The Binding by Bridget Collins, I think is the author, and I absolutely love that book. It was a 5-star read for me. And basically I would talk about the books when I was on my craft channel. This was before I think I actually read this on BookTube, but we started talking about books on my craft channel. I used to do the book reviews and what I'd read in that week and stuff on my Stitch With Me's. And I'm actually seriously thinking about starting to do it over here because they're books and all the rest of it, but do the Stitch With Me because it just gives me something to do with my hands and whatnot. But anyway, I read that book and I said it was absolutely fabulous and talked about it and all that sort of stuff. And then Liz left a comment and said, I'm going to get that. I'm going to add that to my list. Well, she come across a copy in a charity shop over in London because that's where she's from. And anyway, she sent me a message. She goes, I got the book. I'm going to read it. Anyway, the next message I got from her, she goes, the book, The Binding was really, really good. I absolutely loved it. So much so that when I was on the train, I went 3 stops past my stop because I was so engrossed in the book. She got sucked into the story and missed her stops. And so for a little while there, every time she said, I'm reading one of the books you recommended and whatnot. And she's really loving the books that I've been recommending for her to read. And and anyway, I said, just make sure you're not on the train or take someone with you. So it was a running joke for a while, but yeah, could you imagine that being on a train and you're so engrossed in a book and you missed your stops? Oh, dear me. All right, where were we up to? Chris says it is a true history of the mixtapes. How mixtapes were so important to music and communities in the 80s. Yeah, well, see, a lot of time that was the only way you could get your music. You'd listen to the radio and you'd press record. It was like the beginning of piracy, really. I remember doing it as a kid. I was an 80s kid, so I was a teenager during the 80s. When I was 13, my grandfather brought me my first JVC cassette deck player, and he brought it back. He was a merchant seaman, so he brought it back from the Philippines, I think he brought it back from. And and so that was my Christmas present for my for 1983. It was when I got it. And he brought me a whole heap of, like, a big pack of blank tapes as well, and he handed me those, and they came with it. And then I used to, at that stage, I was living in Sydney, and the radio station of the day was 2SM, which was an AM radio. That was like, it had the most up-to-date music. It was all new music and stuff like that. And then the other alternative music was all played on Triple J. Late 80s, Triple J got sort of very commercialized and sort of went away from the independent muso and all that sort of stuff, and it became very commercialized because that is essentially Triple J was a government-run radio station at that point for alternative music and whatnot. And I remember sitting in my room when I lived in Sydney and, listening to the top 40 and basically, pressing record for all my favourite songs. And the songs of that time when I was living in Sydney were like the likes of Madonna, Cyndi Lauper, Wham, all of those, Spandau Ballet, all of those sort of ones that were Boy George and Marilyn came onto the scene, and then there was, you know, all the Australian music as well, that I used to listen to. But yeah, a lot of those sort of artists were around at that time. And every week on a Sunday, the top 40 would play. Smash Hits Top 40 it was called. There used to be a magazine called Smash Hits. It was the only magazine that I could get once a month. It had come out, and I would save and scrimp and do extra jobs and do odd jobs around the neighborhood so I could buy that magazine to get all the posters out of it and all that sort of stuff. And every week I'd sit there and I'd listen to that top 40, and I'd be waiting for the top 10 so I could record it and whatnot. And then there was other songs that I recorded from the top 40 as well. But I did that for years before I could afford to get a stereo and buy vinyl. Back then I used to buy vinyl. CDs weren't. They were later in the 80s. I think the first ones came out, or the early 90s was when I first got a CD. But I've still got all those LPs, which I've actually passed on to Savannah because she's got a record player, and I had the full collection of Eagles. I've got Creedence Clearwater. I've got some Fleetwood Mac in there. I inherited all my grandmother's Elvis Presley ones. I think there was only 3 or 4 that she had. But yeah, it was like, it was a good era for music, and it was a good era for the mixtape. So that would be an interesting book to read. Absolutely. Wow. That just your comment triggered so many memories then. So that's amazing. Do you have any favorite Australian writers that you would recommend? Pip Williams is one that I've just recently come across. She wrote the Dictionary of Lost Words, and also her latest one is called The Bookbinder of Jericho, which I haven't read yet, but I have it on very good authority from a lot of friends that absolutely loved the Dictionary of Lost Words, that it is better than Dictionary of Lost Words. So that is pretty good, considering I gave it a 5-star rating. And Liz also won that on I had a giveaway for that, and she actually won that. So, and she, as soon as she finished reading, she goes, "That's absolutely amazing. Absolutely loved it." So I'm thinking this afternoon I might duck down to Big W and grab her the second volume in that and give that to her tomorrow. But yeah, Pip Williams will be one, and just recent ones that I've come across. Chrissy Stitches here in the comments, if she's still here, is you go to a girl for Aussie authors. I am a little bit lax in reading Aussie authors. I read a lot more English authors than I do Australian authors, but I'm trying to rectify that. So this year alone, I will just tell you the ones that I've read. I read Pip Williams again because she had a new book coming out. And the only reason I haven't read The Bookbinder of Jericho is because I'm waiting for it to be in the mass-produced paperback, because I don't want 2 different size books. And so I'll just wait for that. I also already have it on audio as well, but I like to read along with her books. And I reread the Dictionary of Lost Words, and it was still a 5-star read for me. So definitely recommend Pip Williams. Jane Harper is another one that I read this year. She has a series out, the Aaron Falk series, and the first book in that series is called The Dry. That was absolutely fabulous. The second book wasn't as good as the first one. It was still a good book, but just for me, it wasn't as good as the first one. Who else have I read that's just recently? If you like sort of murder mysteries and stuff like that, Kerry Greenwood was another one that I read just recently, and I enjoyed it. It's not a phenomenal book, but it was still an enjoyable read. Other than that, I haven't really read a lot of Australian authors. Trent Dalton is another one. He writes literary fiction. Above the All the Shimmering Skies was one that I read this year. That was quite a good book. It was really excellently, it was well written. It was well executed. It kept me engrossed in it. Granted, I didn't read it physically, even though I have the physical book. I ended up listening to a lot of that. I did start reading it, but it was pretty good. But if Chrissy Stitches is still on here, or if you come back on Monday, I'll ask Chrissy Stitches again, because she reads a lot of Australian authors, and she's always pointing me into that direction. She's my go-to girl. You can find her on Instagram as well. I think she follows me on Dusty Book Sniffers. So if you just go through my followers, you'll come across her. And it's Chrissy_Stitches, and it's Chrissy with a K. So yeah, she is the one to hit up. She's my go-to girl. Always. Hopefully that answers your question on that. As I said, I'm not that big on, like, I haven't been reading a lot of Australia, which is my bad, but I just seem to gravitate towards English authors. And like, even when I look on my shelf, there's a lot of English and American authors on there. There's not a lot of Australian, but as I said, I'm trying to rectify that. Shannon also says, I remember recording radio stations on tapes, and inadvertently someone would come in and you'd hear me yelling at people on the tapes. Yeah, and it became like a race to stop, because you know how, like, on the radio station, like, the songs, the song's about to end, and you've got to hit that pause button before the presenter starts talking as well. Like, there's some of that. I had, like, my brother and sister were younger than me, and I'd be sitting there, and it was the only time that my parents would say, leave your sister alone. Other than that, they'd always get sent into me to entertain them and stuff like that. But it was the only day of the week that my parents would actually give me that time to get my music, because they knew that it was going to cost them money otherwise. I'd be pestering for more jobs and all that sort of stuff. And we were a single income family at that stage, and not very well off or anything. And Dad was on minimum wage and all that sort of stuff. So there wasn't a lot of money to spare. And so I had the same thing. Get out. And then I remember, like, taking those tapes with me in my little tape deck down to Manly Beach in Sydney, and laying on the beach all summer listening to all the music that I recorded all through the year, and you'd have all the old stuff. And then one of my really good friends that I met in the later part of 83, we started hanging out more and going to the beaches and stuff like that. And I started going to her place more, and because I'd moved a little bit closer to her. And she had all these records, all the latest Michael Jackson stuff and Spandau Ballet and all the latest pop, because, like, they were more well off than what we were. They were dual income, and all the kids were, like, older and stuff like that. There wasn't any young kids, and like, both parents worked, and there was all these records, and we'd sit there and we'd be playing them and all this sort of stuff. Like, it was just, it was really good. LPs, mate, scratchy music. Love the sound of it. Recording the songs on the radio, you always had to time it so you missed the day. Yes, over your. I was just saying that, like, it was a big race, and you had to, but, like, mate, I'm telling you, the kids that grew up in the 80s that were recording their own music, woof, mate, they've got reflexes. Because we learned how to do it real quick. And subsequently, from doing all that later, like in the late 80s and early 90s, I inadvertently ended up in the music industry, and I started to help out doing mixing and lighting and all that sort of stuff. So I was heavily involved in that sort of stuff. I think that was more in the early 90s towards the late 80s. So yeah, that was a lot of fun, and I had a great time doing that. That brings back great memories of your story about recording the top 40. Yeah, fully. Look at this. Chris has just sparked up a great conversation. What an amazing, like, and everybody's like, I remember doing that. That's it, eh? I remember recording the top 42 and getting so annoyed when a listener would dedicate a song, because the dedication would take so long to get through. I know. The station that I did listen to, it had the top 40, like, I guess in the States it would have been Billboard. But here it was called Smash Hits. And so it was great. Like, I don't remember listening to the dedications. And I think that they had dedications, but they were later at night. And I had pretty strict curfews and bedtimes and all that sort of stuff when I was younger. So, yeah. So I didn't hear a lot of that stuff, but I could imagine, like, you hear, like, in movies and that, where the dedication is going and going. So I could imagine it would be so annoying. And Shannon was just saying, thank you for the recommendations. I'm adding these to the reading queue. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed them. And if I come across any other ones, I will let you know. There are many, many, many wonderful Australian authors out there that Chrissy has rattled off to me. And even other booktubers, Aussie booktubers, there's a few that read a lot of Australian authors. I read very eclectically, so inadvertently I end up reading a lot of other areas of the world as opposed to just reading my own. and I just scratched my hand, and now it's bleeding. I put my hand under the bed the other day and pulled my hand out with a container, and the other container that was in there dragged right up my skin and scraped off, and I just scratched my hand and took the top off it. So I'll have to fix that up in the next sprint. Alrighty, so we have just clicked over to 6 hours. We've got 2 hours to go. So how about we head off to a sprint for 45 minutes, and I'll just double check that I've started that. Yes, we have. And we'll be back in 45 minutes, and you can all think about all the mixtapes and what your favorite song was when you were recording, and we can discuss that when we come back. Happy reading and stitching, everybody, and I'll talk to you soon. All right, so we're back from that sprint. That 45 minutes went so quick. I've almost got the second row of lettering done. I cannot believe how quick that just went. Where are we up to? Lisa says, hey, I'm reading, but I might crash in a few. I'm guessing that was a little while ago, so I'm guessing that you probably crashed out by now. I'm starting to get sleepy myself, and it's still daylight. So yeah, only because I'm focusing pretty heavy on my stitching and whatnot. So it's looking pretty good. I'm pretty happy with the colors that I've picked. It looks very spring-like. With a little, like, just as spring's starting, so there's a little smattering of autumn colors in it, and yeah, but it is looking very spring-like. I'm liking it a lot. All right, so as I said, how did everybody go? Let me know in the comments. I forgot to put the timer on before. Sorry about that. And thanks to Jenny. She sent me a message going, hey, the timer at the 30-minute mark. Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's getting late in the day and all the rest of it. So, yeah. You get text messages now from every company on the face of the planet. Like, yeah, I just got a Domino's. It's Friday night. You need to buy pizza. No, I don't. I'm not buying any pizza. Thanks, the same. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, thanks to Jenny for reminding me to put the timer on, and I'll make sure I'll do it in this one. So we were talking before we went on that sprint. We were talking all about the top 40 from the 80s because Chris is reading a book on the history of the mixtape, and that started up a whole conversation. So I was having a think while I was listening to my book, which I am up to chapter 11. I've only got 2 hours and 44 minutes left at the speed that I'm going with this book. So yeah, it's actually not a bad story. It's not. It's heartbreaking to think what she went through. So yeah, but it's fiction, but there's smatterings of truth in it, and from people that Silka knew and stuff like that. They've got the story and all that sort of stuff, and just what she's had. She basically ended up getting, and you find this out at the beginning of the book, like in the first chapter. She was rescued from the concentration camp, Auschwitz, not the Auschwitz, Birkenau, I think it was. Which they often refer to as Auschwitz too. So the Russian army liberated all the prisoners there, and because she did what she needed to do at 16 to survive, she basically was taken under the wing of the officer that was in charge of the camp, and so she didn't get her hair shaved or anything like that the entire time she was there, and she was helping other people to survive and all that sort of stuff and whatnot. And so when the Russians came, they took anybody that was left at the camps that didn't leave in the first wave. They took them aside and asked them a series of questions and all the rest of it. And Silka can speak many different languages, and so she was charged as a colluding with the Nazis. And so she went from being in the concentration camp to being taken to the what they call a gulag, which is in Siberia apparently, and I think it's in Siberia. And basically she was sentenced to 15 years for colluding with the Nazis, even though she only did what she did to survive. And it sort of begs the question, like, how far would you go to survive? And the worst part about it, in which we didn't know in the I don't think remember reading about that in the first book, but she, because it's doing a little bit of flashback to when she was in the concentration camp, and her, like, each dorm, for lack of a better word, had someone that was in charge, and she was in charge of dorm 25, and that was essentially the death dorm. So basically the women would get rounded up and taken to there, and they'd be there for the last night, and then the next morning they'd be put on the trucks and taken to the gas chambers and that. And so she, to survive, she was abrupt with them and all that sort of stuff, so that she wouldn't end up in the death camps, like in the death hut and all the rest of it. But yeah, and so she's carrying a lot of that guilt that she put a lot of her people to death, and couldn't do much. And we just went through her mother ended up in the dorm, and so they spent one last night together, and then she went off. And her mother was dying anyway, so like, not that that's any excuse, but that's the way she rationalized it in the end. But yeah, now she's in another camp where she's still being treated exactly the same, and the Russians are just treating them horrifically. But that's not just Jewish people in there; it's anybody that had anything to do with, there was a lady in there that basically, because she sold bread to the Nazis, she was sentenced to 10 years hard labor. And there's one girl there. She has no idea why she's there. The only thing that she knows is they questioned her about her brothers, and she had no idea where her brothers were, and she's doing 10 or 12 years hard labor as well. And yeah, so it's quite a horrific story to listen to, but it's just the will of her survival instincts to stay alive. So basically, she's in her third year there, and she's only 20, essentially, like 2021. So yeah, so she's had all this just tragedy in her life. She has no family left. She has no home to speak of, and yeah, she's stuck in there. And what they let the other male prisoners do to the females, and like, it's a heavy book. But yeah, like, it's interesting to see her story, because I was quite interested in the first book about where her story was, because you just were introduced to Silke. You didn't really know much of her backstory. You knew that she was the mistress of the officer that was in charge of the concentration camp, but you didn't know how she got there. And this is explaining how she ended up there, and how she ended up spending, I think she only ended up doing 11 years from the research that I read through, and had a bit of a look up the other things that were said about it. But yeah, I mean, it's all, word of mouth stuff and all the rest of it. And and the author does say at the beginning, it is a work of fiction, but she has the information from people that knew Silke, that were in camps with Silke, that were in prison with Silke. So I'm guessing she's done a bit of research, and either way, it's a sad story, but it's a good story at the same time, if that makes any sense. So yeah. But yeah, and as I was listening to it and stitching away, I was also thinking about some of my favorite songs from back in the 80s and whatnot, just going back to our previous conversation. And I was just thinking, like, I can remember sitting in my room listening to like Wham and all that, Wake Me Up Before You Go, and all those sort of songs. Like, I wasn't really into the alternative music back then. There was a little bit, but I was more into your pop, the top 40 and stuff like that, which is great. And it was just bringing back heaps of memories and parties that I went to and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I sort of had two stories going at one time. Chrissy says she is back from all her afternoon jobs. That is excellent. Has your kids gone on holidays yet? I think they're all about to go on holidays this week. I think today was the last day of the term, and it's still looking really cloudy outside, not real flash, but yeah. And what is the time? It's 4:00. Okay, I'll have to remind Savannah to go and pick up Neroli. Let me just see what the time is on this. Yeah, it is 4:00. I will have to remind Savannah in the next sprint, go and pick up Neroli on that. So our next sprint that we're going to be doing is actually going to be our last sprint, because we have just hit the 7 hour mark, and that means that we'll do a 45-minute sprint, come back for a little bit of a chit chat, and then call it a day. I'm going to continue on listening to Silke's story, or Silke's journey. So I should finish this tonight, I reckon, like, because I'm going to get Savannah to drive back from Toowoomba. And and hopefully I can get a little bit of reading in if she doesn't talk my ear off. Either way, but when I go to bed tonight, I'll probably listen to a little bit more, and then when I'm getting ready in the morning, I should finish it all off. So I've polished that book off today, which is great. So not only did I get a ton of stitching in, I've also got the reading in as well, which means that I can start Babel. I've got to check my audios and see if I've got it on any of my audio playlists. And if I do, I will be listening to that while I'm stitching tomorrow night and all day Sunday, because Savannah's working with Brendan on Sunday and on Monday. So, yeah. And we'll be back on Monday for more sprints as well. It just seems to be a regular occurrence right now. Help us all catch up. So if I end up finishing Babel on Sunday, because I listen to my books pretty fast, so I can burn through them pretty quickly. And like this one that I'm listening to now, I'm listening at 2.1 speed, which is fine for me. Some books I'll listen to at 1.8, but most of them I'm listening to right now that I have been listening to have been at 2. I still got a couple of bits of my classics to catch up on for the Serialized Book Club. So I'm thinking on Monday I will probably do those. And possibly even move over into the July ones and get them done. And I still haven't picked up Stitches in Crime, book 6. So that's definitely going to be on the agenda for next week as well. Depending or not if I have Babel on audio. If I don't have it on audio, then I will probably just listen to, because I have the next book in Stitches in Crime. I have that on audio. I might just listen to that on Sunday and then just move on to my classics, because I'll have to wait until I get my next credit if I can't find it on Scribd or at the library. The library, a Borrow Box might have it. I'll check there first. So, see, look, Chrissy, I'm getting better at checking Borrow Box first. I've actually got that many off Borrow Box. I actually have 3 credits on Audible, but I'm saving them for the Wheel of Time series because I'm getting them for Brendan. And I'm not up. I sort of just buy them as I finish the books. So, and I've also got that to listen to as well. So I might end up finishing that off next week because I'm going to be doing a lot of stitching over the next week. And I'm not doing any videos for the next week, so I can just concentrate on that. So my eyes will probably be hanging out of my head by this time next week. So, and I will get a few books read this week, though. That's the main thing. And I've also got to do a little bit of 2 rows of quilting as well on that quilt. So I just looked at where the times are and all that sort of stuff. I'll just unpick that on Sunday. I think I'll just sit there at Sunday night because I'll need a break from doing some stitching and I'll just do some unpicking instead on that. So Rolanda is just saying that she is back to stitching now that her jobs are done. Do you want to come and do mine? Because I've still got to do dishes and stuff, but I'll do them later. I'll do them when I get home. There's only, I think, a handful of dishes there, so it's not a big deal. And Chrissy is saying that only 1 more week to go of school down there. Yeah, because we're on different times. I know that I think like some of the holidays there's like 2 weeks difference, or maybe this one's on the same. I don't know. I can't remember. It's been that long since the kids have had school holidays. And I never had to really think about it. Once they were into high school, they just did their thing and work and all that sort of stuff. And I didn't have to worry about it because I knew that I was just working and whatnot. And Chrissy's also saying, yay for Borrow Box. Yeah. So I'll have to check if Babel's on there. If it's on there, then I'll get it through that and I'll probably listen to it. But if it's not, I'll just do the Stitches in Crime series and get onto that. And I think I've actually got book 6 and book 7 or 8. Book 8 on audio, which is on Scribd. Actually, no, I think it's 6, 7, and 8. So I could possibly listen to June's and get an early start on July's. And on Sunday, Chrissy, can you remind me on Sunday that I have to do the wheel spin for the group because I forgot to do it on the 20th. I forgot all about it. And we've had a few people join. So I might... in the next sprint, put up a notice for people to add their name to the list, and then I'll spin the wheel on Sunday. So I'll do that in the next sprint. But yeah, if you can remind me on Sunday, just flick me a message and go, hey, woman, do the spin. Because I'll forget. You can see how my brain sort of works today, like 50 million things happening at once. Rolanda saying, no, the school kids finished today. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I knew that the winter holidays were pretty close. Most of the other holidays are about 2 weeks apart. So, yeah. All right. Well, 15-minute mark has just gone off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the sprint, and I will see you all in 45 minutes. And, yeah, So happy reading, everybody, and I'm getting back to stitching. All right. How did everybody go? All right. I got almost got another row done. So I'm really happy with what I got done today. But I'm going to be heading off to Toowoomba. So I've got about a 4.5 hour round trip, maybe a bit more. So Neralee's going to get some night driving done tonight, so that'll boost her hours up. I added an extra colour to my palette. I forgot about a couple of rows. I needed to add some extra colours to it, so I'm pretty... I reckon I'll be getting this done by the midweek. Maybe by Thursday, I reckon. Should have it Wednesday, Thursday, I should have it done. If I had tomorrow to stitch, I would say Wednesday. Yeah, so it'll just depend how much I get done, if I get any done tomorrow night or not when I get back. So, yeah, and it's got pretty late here. It's almost 5 o'clock. We've got 5 minutes to go. Yeah, we did have comments that popped up. Okay, so Chrissy was saying that she didn't realise Stitches in Crime had audio until I said it earlier. Just got 6 on 6 on audio. Thank you. Yeah, I found them. I didn't find them all, but I found a lot of them over on Scribd. So where did you get yours from? I think I'm sort of spewing because I've got all the books except for number 8. Number 8 I could not get on. Like, even though I was buying them from Amazon Australia and they were coming from Sydney, number 8, every time I go to purchase it, it says it's not available to ship to my area, even though it's coming from Australia. It actually says that it's coming from Amazon Australia. So I'm going to have to try and get in contact with Amazon and find out why, because I've got all of the books are in the same style and they're the same size and all that sort of stuff. So I actually found them on, just having a look up now, Stitches in Crime. I'm just having a look how many are here. On Scribd, there are only 4. So the rest on no, 5. Sorry. So I'm going to have to get the last few on Audible, I'd say. So yeah, I will. I'll send you the link for it and see if it'll work for you. I'll just send you a message pop up then. Ryan's saying thanks for the sprints. It was a great day. Hopefully you got lots of stuff done. It'll be good if you did get lots of things that you wanted to get done. I am really happy with my stitching. And it's a bit messy right now, but I'll give you another sneak peek. So let me just get a bit closer. So that's what I got done today. So you can see I've got Smyrna crosses there, and then I'm just doing this chain of hearts at the moment, which you could also say they're flower buds, rosebuds or something like that. But yeah, I've got another row of this, and then here I've got a pretty intense part to do. I'm just, my fabric smells like Fabulon. Fabrics now. Not only do I sniff books, I sniff fabric too. But yeah, I think it's it looks really well. Like the colors match it really well. It's very spring-like, I think. So yeah, I've I put a couple of colors and stuff that I was going to use for the house. I may end up just lightening that up a bit just to match the alphabet, and the bottom alphabet is going to be the same as well. And Home Sweet Home is going to be, I think I'm going to pull out maybe a couple of colors and just, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with Home Sweet Home, whether I'm going to have it in one color or whether I'm going to mix up the alphabet and all the rest of it. I will try. I'll send the link through. It won't be today. I'll send the link through and see if you can't get it sent to you. And then, yeah, I'll just pay for the postage and stuff like that. Because I have Amazon Prime, so I get free shipping and all that. But I just don't understand why all the books can come to me except 8. Like, it's not the first and it's not the last. It's like in the middle. Not quite, but do you know what I mean? Like, it's so random. I haven't tried for at least a month. I think the last time I tried was about 5 weeks ago. So I'll give it another try. If it doesn't work, I'll send you the link and see if you can't have any joy. Because it definitely says that it's coming from Australia. Like it says Sydney, that it's coming, like Amazon Australia, which is based in Sydney. Because when you get the book and you open up the back, it says it's printed in New South Wales. So yeah, wow, that's looking great. Yeah, I've still got a long way to go yet. As I said earlier, that's 220 stitches in height and it's 130 wide. And I just like it's going to be a little bit long and skinny, not wide. Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying stitching this. It's my first sampler that not my first sampler that I've done. I've got a couple of samplers on the go, but this is the first one that I've designed that's just not basic cross stitch. It's got a bit extra in it. So it's got Smyrna crosses in it. I've got herringbone stitch in it. Yeah, so I'm really happy with it. And as I get better in the designing, I'm going to do one where it'll have like other fancy stitches from needlework and whatnot. I'll have a few different ones, and but I've got to practice those first before I start designing them to understand how they go together so I can stitch it out. And like those sort of ones I wouldn't send out to model stitches because sometimes I have to adjust them and whatnot. Like my Smyrna crosses on the pattern, I will adjust, but on my stitch piece, it's out just by one stitch. Where I placed it on the chart is out by one stitch. So if I had have just adjusted it across just one, it would have been fine. Overall, you're not going to notice that when it's stitched together, and it doesn't matter because it's just a model stitch, but you sometimes don't know that you've made mistakes until you start stitching them out. While it might look really like centered and it looks like it's in the right place and all that sort of stuff while you're charting it out, you know, like this chart took me about 7 hours. Like I had it drawn out and had focused it on in my head, but then it took about 7 hours just to get all the information that I had on paper and all that sort of stuff into the computer. And then there was probably about 2 hours of fluffing around with it because it's a fairly basic chart. When you start doing pictures and stuff like that, there's weeks in those. But this sampler's, it's relatively quick but it was like weeks of thought and what I wanted to do and all that sort of stuff, like weeks and weeks of thought and planning and all that sort of hoo-ha. So it takes a long time. Thanks, hun. It is. I'm really liking it. I like the colors that I picked too. They're very spring-like, and they're just with just a hint of autumn in there. So, like at the change of season, you get that multitude of colors at the change of season. And the good thing is, I've been able to use a lot of the colors out of one of the Hades that I retired this week. So at the beginning of the day, you would have seen that I was. Oh, that's me a thread. I was pulling threads off the big wheel. That's so I can see it flat out. And then basically what I do, I go through my master set and get all the threads that I want. So now they're all on their little bobbins and whatnot. And then I just put those threads back onto the wheel because that stuff's for sale. And my master set is in a big box. There's not a full set there, so it's easier to look at this set. And then I've got this set here, which is a full set as well. And I often use this for embroideries and stuff like that. So like the reds that I use for my red work, I generally use, that's not it, where is it? Here they are. I generally use these darker ones. So 1241 in the Cosmo, and it's quite a dark red. It looks brighter on that because of the lighting, but it's a deep red. And I have several different reds that I can use for my red work and whatnot. This is the other one that I use as well, which is 800. It's quite popular. That looks orange on the camera. It is nowhere near that. It is actually, if you're a stitcher and you've got 321 in front of you, it looks closer to that than it does that orange on camera. But I'm loving the fact that this is coming together how I envisioned it. And yeah, it's I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I actually want to create a few more samplers so I can have like a whole repertoire of them. Will they all go into the magazine? Probably not. But yeah, I'm happy. That's all that matters, right? I'm happy with it. Alrighty, so that we have gone over the 8-hour mark, and I have two girls that are tapping in there because they're ready to head off to Toowoomba. So I'm going to call it a day. At this point, I just like to say thank you to everybody that has possibly watched this on the replay. I thank you very much. I also thank everybody that has hung out with me all day and kept me motivated for stitching. I really do appreciate it. You have no idea how much I appreciate it. We'll be back on Monday, most likely doing a 6-hour sprint. That seems to be what our Mondays are. So that'll be from 9 till 3. Sometimes it might be a bit less, maybe a bit more. But yeah, just thank you so much. If you haven't already done so, please give me a thumbs up. If you've not yet subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button. I have clicked over to 420 subscribers today, so thank you to everybody that's subscribed. I really do appreciate it. Have a wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful Friday if you're in the Northern Hemisphere. Again, thank you so much for joining me, and I will see you all on Monday at 9 a.m. Have a great weekend, everybody. Bye for now.